ready to go. There's quite a lot of you in the audience. So if we can invite Hannah down, and we will talk about the community candidate. Yeah, just anywhere there. And just test that the microphone works first, please.
Hello? Does it work? Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, very good, thank you. So you have 1 minute to do an opening statement.
All right.
Better make it count.
All right. So hi everyone, I'm Hannah and I'm running to be your next community officer. As you might have seen, I'm actually the only one running for the role, but that does not mean that I'm going to put any less effort into my campaigning because, well, ultimately I'm motivated by the well-being of the student body rather than the competition itself. And being a final year student myself, I've experienced all the struggles of being a student in Bath, including COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID, being an international student. And because of that, I've chosen to focus my manifesto on several different areas of struggles that students might come across. And yeah, I'm really excited for the upcoming questions. So yeah, just yes, thank you.
Right, let's get into the first question then. So, of course, one of the biggest challenges for students currently is the increase in cost of living, especially in Bath. Goodness, what do you think the priority of the Students' Union and the university should be to support the students, especially with accommodation in Bath?
So I think, well, in my manifesto, I put some smaller ideas as well, such as cheaper coffee on campus and just little things that can help with counteracting the cost of living crisis. But I think the main priority should be focusing on making living in Bath more affordable, such as housing, the cost of bills, energy prices, because those are the ones that add up the most. Well, at least personally, that's what I've experienced and heard from other students as well. So I think that should be the #1 priority.
Very good. And the idea on coffee, do you want to talk about that again, just for the cost of coffee?
Oh yeah, so, well, those that have read my manifesto, one of the main points, bit of a crowd pleaser really, I came up with the idea to have a coffee subscription on campus. It's the same as what Pret a Manger does in town. So you pay a certain amount of money, let's say 15, 20 pounds a month, and you can get 1, 2, 3, 4 cups of coffee for that every day at the restaurants and cafes on campus. Just, yeah, for those of us that like their coffee in the morning.
Okay, so I'll move on to a question regarding mental health now. So mental health and feeling part of the student community is, of course, a key issue for students, especially now. How do you see your role as the community officer supporting students in those areas specifically?
So I would go about that issue from 2 directions, really. So one, I think if I became a community officer, if I got elected, I would really try to lobby for more, just like a greater number of trained staff at the mental health service center on campus, because I've heard from people that the wait time is quite long, and if it's like more of an urgent issue, I think it's very, very important to get help as soon as possible. And from the other end, I think helping with inclusivity, with making people feel like they belong at Bath, helping them find a friend group, making them feel welcome here, I think that can help us almost avoid problems before they become a problem. So helping loneliness, helping feeling isolated, I think that would be a good way to avoid issues before they become issues.
How would you approach students who aren't so open about their mental health issues? How would you sort of try and support them if they're not sort of willing to come out?
Well, I think making it anonymous, like anonymous help, could be really useful, because I think some students, especially younger students, 18, 19-year-olds, pretty much teenagers, they can often be embarrassed about the fact that they're struggling. So if they don't have to say their names, if they don't have to see anyone in person, having online resources is really important so that they feel comfortable to ask for help when they need it, and just make sure that it's very obvious to all of them, like everyone knows that there's help out there. So having posters everywhere, or like in a lot of places, and online just being posted that this is where you can ask for something if you need it, would be probably the way to go.
And of course, you may find some students might not want to talk to a member of staff. Would you yourself engage with students one-to-one regarding any mental health issues, if they suppose they wanted to?
Well, I'd be happy to direct them in the right direction, but I'm not like trained in any way to give them advice. So I'm always there to listen, but if they need specific advice, or if they feel like, or if I feel like they might be going through something that's a bit more serious, I would really recommend them to find people that are trained to deal with these issues. But yeah, personally, I wouldn't feel comfortable, or I wouldn't feel that it's right that I give them any specific advice on how to go, how to deal with their issues.
Right, okay. So of course, regarding just the issues generally that you'll have to deal with, the community officer role itself has quite a wide remit, covering international students, underrepresented groups, housing, welfare issues, and local community relations. How will you manage such a wide remit?
Well, I guess I'll have to compartmentalize my life a little bit, and see, maybe also prioritize depending on the needs of the student body and what I see is happening at that point in time, because we never really know what's going to happen. Politics, cost of living, pandemics, you never know what to expect. So I guess I'll have to see in the moment what I need to focus on. But yeah, I think maybe having a good schedule and really just like deciding I want to focus on this for the next couple of weeks, or that for the next few months, instead of doing everything at the same time, will be the best way to manage everything.
Would you say you're quite good at adapting and changing your focus?
I mean, if I can say that, then yeah, maybe, yeah.
Right. So of course, international student numbers are growing continuously every year. In your opinion, what is the priority area for this community of students that needs to be focused on, and why?
So, well, you can probably tell, but I'm an international student myself. And I would say there's maybe two main areas I would like to focus on. One would be an earlier release of exam and graduation dates, which I also mentioned in my manifesto, because I have realized myself that because exam dates come out quite close to exams, like booking flights and like arranging your traveling can be really expensive because it's quite last minute, and then as like the closer you get to the actual date you want to fly, the more expensive it gets. So that would be one thing. And then the other thing, because I'm myself from quite a small country, I'm from Hungary, and there is no social society for smaller countries. In a lot of cases, there's not even a German society, which is quite strange. But yeah, connecting them with people from the same country at different universities could be good.
Very good, thank you. I know, because I've seen in your manifesto you make a large point about that, especially bettering the experience of international students. This is a sort of an out-there question. There's been an increased coverage concerning freedom of speech in the students' unions and universities across the UK and internationally. How do you think the SU should approach this issue?
Wait, could you repeat them? Sorry, I don't think I got the question.
There has been increased coverage concerning freedom of speech in students' unions and universities across the UK.
Wait, what does that mean?
Freedom of speech. I mean, I could give you the political definition of sort of speaking your mind, being giving increased freedoms of students and how they express themselves. Yeah. I mean, it's a two-sided argument. Some people take it one way, some people don't. In terms of, yeah, there may be some language and expressive attitudes that some might not deem acceptable. But in terms of freedom of speech, you can say what you want to say. And this has been rising for quite some time now. And I just want to know how you think the SU should tackle the issue.
Well, I wouldn't really look at it as an issue. I think it's a good thing that people get to express themselves in any way they want to. I think if some people are sensitive to certain kind of topics or ways of people expressing themselves, maybe the SU like deciding on or making it really clear what the certain topics that are being discussed, what they will be, then people can decide for themselves whether they feel comfortable listening to that or if they want to engage in certain discussions. So the SU making it really clear what they will be talking about before they actually make any statements about it could be a good way to go about it. But I wouldn't really consider that an issue. I think it's quite a good thing. If I got the question, if I understood it correctly.
No, that's fine, of course. Yeah. So in the sense that freedom is a great thing in terms of expression, but would you not agree that certain sort of fostering of dangerous or could be deemed dangerous attitudes and language and ideas could be detrimental to some students?
Yeah. Yes. So that's a very good question. I would say there has to be some, like, if there's some obviously dangerous ideas being put out there or very like radical ideas, then the SU, someone needs to manage that, because although freedom of speech should be supported, there has to be a limit to it so that it doesn't affect the student body negatively. But I guess it just has to be monitored in such a way that there's still enough freedom for people to say what they want, but within the limits of sensibility, like making it sensible. Yeah.
Very good. All right. Thank you. So regarding your manifesto now, you mentioned creating an online form for house searches. How would this differ from existing platforms that or ways that students search for housing within Bath?
So the current platforms that we have, which I've used myself, they, StudentPad, for example, it's like verified houses that students can use so that you know you're not being scammed by anyone in the housing market. But I think having almost like a social media group, except maybe not on social media, where when people can really talk about their experiences, their specific landlords, how much they paid previous years, problems that they had with the house. So really just like being house specific could be really, really useful because you don't really know what to expect when you decide to, when you pick a house. So it'd be really good to hear the previous tenants' experiences if they're available.
So very much sort of tailoring the journey, trying to find a property. Okay.
Yeah.
And again, your manifesto talks about proposing clothing and non-perishable food item collection points for students to donate to local citizens and charities within Bath. Why have you prioritised giving items to the local community rather than to students on campus who may need it?
Again, very good question. Well, in that part of my manifesto, I was mainly focusing on sort of repairing the relationship that residents and university students have with each other, because just living in the city, I've heard quite a lot of negative ideas that the residents have about university students. So I think giving back to the community would be a way to sort of repair that relationship and just make the residents feel a bit less negative about the university students. However, that is actually a very good point. I think that point in my manifesto could be extended so that maybe students have priority when they need something, and whatever is left over, well, that sounds really bad, but left over could be passed on to the residents.
Okay, thank you. So I would say that, of course, patching relations is very important, but first and foremost, you're the community officer of the University of Bath, SU on campus here, so this community should matter more before reaching out to Bath.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I wonder if you have any questions from the audience. We'll move into a slight little moment here. Anybody? Don't be shy. Esther, yes, do you want to come down?
What do you mean? I can just
That's fine, I can hear you, that's fine.
What are you most looking forward to if you are elected into the position? Kind of what are you thinking is going to be your first 10 days in office? What are you going to hammer down?
I think I'm really excited just to like meet the students face to face and represent what their needs and just helping them make their day-to-day lives better. Yeah, I'm just really excited to like make connections with the student body really because I'm already a very like social person, so I love meeting new friends and like people. So yeah, I'm just excited to meet everyone and talk and listen to what they want to tell me. Yeah, thank you.
I found your point very interesting on the repairing community bonds that we have outside of university. Obviously, that's really important not only to help their community, but to help it not be so necessary towards their own. But I would be very interested in whether you can think of any ways that you can do that in a way that is positive for the student community and the residential community in part. Both.
Yeah, so there is, I think, 2 more points that sort of cover repairing the relationship with the residents in my manifesto. One of them is, I've heard from one of my friends that that Dartmouth Avenue is sometimes used. I think they invite residents once a month for like tea, coffee, just like talk to students. So I think just actually forming like a relationship rather than giving them something. So like a personal relationship with them is also a really good way to make things better for both the students and for the residents. Thank you.
Yes.
You mentioned connecting with nearby universities. We've got a bit of a geographical problem in the sense that we've only got Bath. So how's your approach to that?
So especially in the recreational sectors of societies and sports, I think it could be really it could be really useful to connect with maybe bigger universities or universities in bigger cities, so maybe even Bristol or further, depending on how far people are willing to travel really for anything. But yeah, I just thought some universities in bigger cities would have societies that Bath doesn't have, and it would really give people a chance to make friends in new cities, to like find people that they would like to meet with, like, yeah, new friends, and being realistic, Bristol does feel like it's quite far away, but it's like a 10-minute train, right? So connecting with people from that university wouldn't be that much of an effort if people, were in search of things that they can't find here.
Any more questions? No? Okay. We'll go back just a few more before we close things up. What do you think will be the largest challenge or the biggest challenge for you in this role, if successful?
I think, as you've mentioned before, because I cover so many different like sections of struggles and like difficulties that students face, so making sure I'm really organized and I leave time for everything, or as much as possible, really, to achieve that's going to be quite a challenge. But I think, I'm quite confident that it should be okay if I plan ahead and just really stay on top of everything. So yeah, probably just, as you said before, making sure I don't forget about anything large in my manifesto.
Would you say you're quite an organised person, or?
Yes, I think so, yeah, maybe.
I think you have to give that answer, right? Here's another random one. If you had £300 to spend on a mental health initiative right now, what would you do?
What was the amount, sorry?
If you had £300 to spend,
well, £300 is not very much, so maybe I would, for such purposes, so maybe I would focus on advertising the services that we already have, so maybe printing some posters, putting up QR codes, making sure that everyone knows about the help that's available right now, and just like drawing their attention to it. I think there used to be a bigger focus on Nightline than there is right now. When I started university, as always, really pushed at us to know that there's Nightline, so maybe putting a bit more money towards that could help to make students aware that it exists, and yeah, just similar services. So yeah, I would say probably advertising and raising attention to it so that students know it's there.
So I'll follow on one more from that. If you could change one thing at the university, and you had unlimited resources and you had no barriers, what is the one thing you would choose to do?
All right. Give me half a second. That's actually a very broad question, because it is really difficult to choose what's most important, because different things are important to different people. So I don't really want to pick one.
Well, and you can pick one. You've got Ian White on the phone right now. Make a decision.
Well, then I think it would have to be improving the mental health services that the university has to the max, to as good as it can be, because I think the health and well-being, physical and mental health being of the students is probably the most important thing that we need to worry about. And once everyone is well and healthy and all of that, then we should worry about the rest. I think that would be my answer.
All right, okay, thank you. Well, that's the last question. So if you could do a closing statement of sorts, and just wrap up. Yes, please.
Wait, sorry, what was it? One more
Just
question,
do
or-
a closing statement now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so thank you very much for the questions from the audience, from you. I think it was really, really insightful to hear what people want to know more about, which will really help me to just think about my manifesto in another way as well. And if anyone has any more questions, I think you guys have seen my Instagram, so feel free to text me, contact me there, even if you just want to chat, really. And yeah, I'm just really looking forward to hearing what the other candidates also have to say, and just for the rest of the week as well. I think it should be a really fun week, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. So we're just going to have a short break now, about 8 minutes or so, before we get all the presidents on, or the want-to-be presidents. Can we invite all the president candidates to come and sit down, please? Take a seat.
Peter has names if you will say what at what point. So it's kind of one at a time, and the person who starts will change each time. So Peter will put your name out, and then you can answer the question. Is that okay? Fab.
So this is on 3.
Just try and shout.
Check that. Check audio manager. Who's the other one? This one?
Yeah, so when I
No. This one?
yeah.
There you go. Turn it in. This one? So that's on 7. Who wants to pack?
We can just share a mic. We can share. I'll have to share mine.
You can make it you then.
It's just me. That's okay. I mean, I can just shout. I don't mind. Thank you. Yeah, we did originally print them backwards. So that was a waste of 10 of them down the drain, but
10.
yeah, we didn't really do a test one. We'd had about 5 beers at the time, so in our mind it worked quite well, but then going to print it turned out it wasn't the best idea. Well, it would have worked, if I look at myself in a mirror, it was the right way, so...
Like a good icebreaker.
Well, I was going to put it on my back, just in case, yeah.
Hear it now?
No, it wasn't. It was just yesterday.
Sure.
In the audience, yeah. Mm-hmm. Beers, banners, and making the SE better.
Does it work?
That was yesterday's motto. The 3 Bs.
Very bright light.
Is he going to do an intro? Right. Yeah, it should be. Ryan, do you want to do an intro? Well, you're fine? Okay. Right, so here we are now for the presidential candidates. Quite a lot of them. We'll get through, don't panic. So if we can have an opening statement from each of you, we'll start here with you, Will.
Hi everyone, my name is Will Maul and I want to be your next SU president. I've built my manifesto from talks with students as well as my own experiences on campus. I've got 4 key areas that I want to focus on: the cost of living, making our campus fairer place for all, ensuring a greener future for our campus, and finally making the SU work for you. I want to be a president that champions everyone and everything about our university, whilst being bold enough to deliver the change. We need to be even better because, in the words of Tina Turner, we are simply the best.
Do I just go?
Yes.
19,926. 19,926 students enrolled in the University of Bath as per the last census. 19,926 voices that should be equally heard, but currently aren't. My name is Jimena Adamo, and I'm a final year student, and I'm yet to see an SU that benefits all voices equally. People sitting on this table, everyone's brilliant and everyone's really qualified, so why vote for me? 21% of students are overseas. Do they have access to accommodation bursaries, or they pay twice as much for tuition fees? No, they don't. That's almost a third of our student population. 32% are from Black and Asian minority ethnic backgrounds. Do they all have access to a group that makes them feel like they belong? No, they don't. 15,783 students are home students, so they have access to quality and affordable living during their entire course? They don't. For me, those numbers are unacceptable. And hopefully this week you get to see that I'm really passionate about changing these numbers for you and eradicating what they mean.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Ronaldo, and before I start, I just want to say thank you to the current SU for everything they've done. And our aim is to continue that legacy rather than to bring out the bad, effectively. And my aims here, I've got multiple aims. That includes education, so more suitable lecture timings, in-person lectures as much as possible, but recording them nonetheless, because that's what you've paid for. And buses, we know buses are terrible, but we have achievable targets. Some targets are not achievable, because at the end of the day, First Bus is a business, and a business needs to bring in money and provide a service. And so we just need to make sure that service is of the quality we like. There are other things like sport. Currently, the interdepartmental football competition doesn't often get referees, so we want to make sure match officials are provided for all games where they are used. And there's much more, but yeah, 10 seconds, there we go. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Dan. To be honest, don't really know what to say. I guess, yeah, if you want to vote for me, please do it. But I feel like people have read the manifesto and stuff, so, and you know, it's pretty much just a popularity contest, so people will know who they want to vote for already. So there's not really probably much I can say right now to change your opinion. Great. Okay, hi everyone, my name's Jack, and I'm running to be SU President as well. I've worked within the university as a student outreach ambassador focused around widening participation in our community. I also represent students as an open representative on the Summit Committee, so I'm very used to debating and discussing SU ideas and policies. My manifesto is based purely around widening participation and tackling the biggest issues facing students head on. A lot of these stem towards the cost of living, which is rising nationally. It's a macroeconomic problem and it needs big solutions. And we have to be bold and practical in our approach to solve this, which will have knock-on impact on welfare of our student community, which I'm 100% committed to improving if I should be elected.
Is this one already on? Ah, perfect. Hi, my name is Blake Walker. My pronouns are they, them, and I am the current community officer. And I'm running to be your next SU president. During my, well, not quite a year, but my time in office so far, I have focused on cost of living, working with the university to bring in key provisions such as £1.50 not deals, but meals across campus, free menstrual products in several bathrooms, and also free laundry credit for our student accommodation. I've also worked on mental health provisions with a particular focus on increasing the amount of data and oversight that student support and safeguarding has, and also increasing campus accessibility by improving our relationship with campus infrastructure. What I want to do is to continue on many of these key issues that I believe affect huge amounts of our student population, particularly cost of living. And I also want to work to embed EDI, so equality, diversity and inclusion, across all of the aspects of what we do in the SU, and also include consider sustainability across all those aspects too. I want to increase the amount of campaigning we do on a local and national scale, and many more things. Thank you.
I have a mic. It's attached to me. Hi everyone, I'm Esther. I've already said about my history and both my experience with politics and in the SU, so I won't bore you again because I'm sure it's been plastered everywhere on social media. I'm much more excited to talk about not only what my policies are, but how it differs from everyone sat next to me today. I believe that my focus isn't only on everything which everyone says, all of the buzzwords which we keep on saying, but if I hear transparency one more, I can't do it. It's a buzzword which no one really knows. You're not going to read an Excel spreadsheet which tells you SU spending, because I wouldn't. So let's focus more about, not about buzzwords, but actual real world change which you want to see in your SU next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's some fantastic statements there. We'll now get into some questions. So please keep answers brief, given the volume here. So we'll start it off with you, Jack. One of the biggest challenges for students currently is the increase in the cost of living. What do you think the priority for the SU and the university should be to support these students?
So I think this question has a few answers because it's a big problem, but I'll focus in on what's happening next year with the university. So rents on campus are going to increase 7%, and frankly there's nothing the SU can do to stop the university solid from doing that. What we can do is lobby the university. Everyone's going to do that. Everyone will say they're going to do that. We can pressure the university to lobby the government to increase financial support for students in the form of maintenance loan, which are only going up by 2% next year. And those are the avenues we have to explore. Everyone will do them. But there's also many other schemes we can employ. So the bike lending programme, we can expand that. We can look at bus fares. We can look at lowering cost of food on campus or keeping them as low as possible. So to reduce the day-to-day expenditures of all of our students.
Thank you, Joe. Himena, same question, please.
Same question.
Same question.
Yep. All right, so in terms of the cost of living, it's obviously not that it's not a priority, but as Jack actually mentioned as well, it's not easy saying that we can actually reduce costs. So I kind of didn't want to make promises that I didn't know if I could keep as when I wrote my manifesto. So I think it has a lot to do also about offering students with more opportunity to kind of work on campus as well, which we know it's been, you know, a good source of kind of aid for people, because it is better wages than what you find on average for like students in the city as well. So I think that is another avenue that we can explore and we should really put forward too.
Thank you. Blake?
Yes, I think as a lot of the candidates have already talked about, there's a huge amount that can be said around cost of living. I think there have been some really positive interventions that we've seen from the university this year, but they are not accessible to everyone. I think things like the hardship fund, we know that there are barriers, particularly for international students, and the same with some of the proposed support for accommodation costs, where, as Himena already said, accommodation bursaries are only available to home students. I also want to have a look at a lot of the other interventions, such as £1.50 meals, and making sure they're accessible to people with dietary requirements, and obviously lobbying the government on a national thing is going to be one of the most effective strategies. By making sure we've got the university having those conversations in their circles is going to make sure it has the biggest impact and the most likelihood of actually affecting national policy.
Thank you. Will?
So yeah, as mentioned, rent is a massive issue that students are facing, not only in Bath but across the country, and that's what I really want to focus on, is actually combating rent increases not only on campus but across the city. Of course, there's 19,000 students at Bath, there's another, I think, 8,000 at Bath Spa Uni, that's high 20,000 with students, and I think if we work with Bath Spa, we've got real big lobbying power against Baines Council to reverse some of the policies that they've brought in, for example, the cancellation of applications for HMOs in the city. That's going to have a big impact on rent increases in the coming years, and I think that as an SU that should be our priority.
Okay, Esther?
So everyone keeps on talking about lobbying the university and the government, and that's obviously something which is apparent it's going to happen. Cost of living is affecting every area of university life at the moment. But one of my key main manifesto points is investigating the inherent anti-Semitism within the NUS and holding another referendum for that. Should we leave the NUS, that is £30,000, which will then see back into our university. So that's £30,000, which is dealing, if you vote for me, directly to that cost of living crisis. Looking at what other universities have done, Queen's Belfast have given students, every single student, £150 towards their relief of the cost of living crisis. So kind of, whilst everyone else is saying lobbying the government and lobbying the university, one of my key manifesto points is looking at £30,000 directly back into Students for You. So that's my answer.
Thank you. Dan?
I want to target mainly happy hour, because you know it's a staple of the university. You get to go every Friday, see your mates, have a few drinks. But currently, it's mainly targeted at alcoholic drinks, so you know, big up increasing non-alcoholic drinks. Also move away from carling and things like that. Get it on all the drinks, you know, make everyone happier. Yeah, what everyone else said is also very valid, I think, but I'm not really too much sure how we could do that. So yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Ronaldo, to finish it off, please.
So I divide cost of living into three things. One is rent, two is bus fares, and three is food. With rent, we've got on-campus and off-campus. On campus, we agree that places like Polden are very expensive, but then there are other more affordable options, as low as £3,000 a year. However, most people will suffer from paying rent in the city because obviously you only live on campus for your first year. And in the city, we need to recognise, again, achievable targets. Landlords are not going to listen to the University of Bath Student Union and say, you know what, we're going to put our rents down, however much you lobby them. So we need to look at things like bursaries. And with bursaries and maintenance loans as well, we need to look at how it works. For example, maintenance loans. If you're very well off, but your parents are retired, you get £9,700 a year for 10 seconds. So we need to change that. And then businesses, same thing I said at the start, I'll have to stop here.
Yeah, one more.
Can I just respond to that about bursaries?
Yes, just briefly.
I'll be quite open with my finances. I'm on maximum maintenance loan and I'm also on Bath bursary. I have £12,000 coming in a year. A bottom line room in the depot in Oldfield is 15,000. That's a shortfall of £3,000. So where would you find that £3,000 in extending bursaries?
Sorry, can you explain what you said about the £12,000, please?
Yeah. So
15 grand.
Just very brief, please.
That's a bottom level room. That is the cheapest that the depot offers. Is £15,249.
Okay. Last month I signed my rental agreement for next year, and that was £126 a week. So if you look well, you can
yeah,
find
but was that private accommodation though?
Private accommodation with a landlord through an estate agent.
Oh, right, okay. We won't get into debate now. That's fine. We'll move on to regarding mental health now. This is, of course, an issue we were just speaking with the community officer, a candidate regarding. I want to get all your input on this, please. So the question is, mental health and feeling part of the student community is a key issue for the students. How do you see your role as president, or the role as president, supporting students in these areas? So I'll start with you, Jimena, please.
So as you said, mental health is quite a big issue, and I think my role as SU president is, first of all, looking at the groups that already exist and seeing how we can expand on them, because, for example, certain diversity and support groups, maybe it was because of the pandemic, mostly it was because of the pandemic, but they've lost kind of someone to lead them and to make these people feel included and have that they have access to these groups. So finding like key students that are willing to revive those groups, I think is the first good step to kind of get them going again and make them accessible for a lot of people once more. And then I think there is a lot to do with, for instance, Nightline. I think it's an amazing initiative that we have. I think it works quite well. And I know for a fact that other than Nightline, hall reps, I think, is a role that right now is really being explored to the full capacity it can have. I was a hall rep for my first year. And to be honest, I didn't really feel like the SU was supporting me, so I didn't feel like I could do much for the people living with me, though they were asking for my help. So I think if the SU supports that more, then there's more that we can do in terms of that as well.
Okay, thank you. Esther, can you?
Yeah. So as everyone's mentioned, Nightline's kind of fallen off a little bit because of COVID and funding and things. I think it is really important that we not only kind of boost them back up to the level that they were, but also celebrate their successes. Everyone this week is going to tell us all about the bad things which are happening, but we're not celebrating the good stuff. And I think that's really important, that in all of these times when cost of living is making everything seem a little bit down and a bit gloomy, we can also bring about the happiness and have something good, and that can all boost our mental health. So I think that's also one of the biggest things, that as an SU we should be putting forward some of the successes. We're an amazing institution, an amazing charity that, you know, is doing such fantastic things. So that's one thing. But yeah, read my manifesto. We only have a minute, so I'll let everyone else talk about the boring stuff.
Okay, thank you. Jack, can you continue?
So you can approach mental health solutions from a few avenues. We need to reinvest in the Nightline service, of course. We need to raise awareness through increased publicity. The SU is an amazing platform for that, and we really need to hammer home the message that it's okay to speak out, or it's not just okay, it's necessary. And we need to change the culture on campus from minute one. The moment first years arrive to the moment they leave, we need an inclusive and diverse community which is well informed about the impact of mental health. And we need to do that through the clubs and societies. We need to consult with all of them. We need to consult with all of the leaders within those to make sure that they understand the importance of what's going on. And we need to hammer home the message through any means possible that mental health should be a #1 priority of everyone on campus.
Okay, thank you. Ronaldo, can I have your take on this, please?
We have to say that things like Be Well Talk Now, like Night 9, we owe our thanks to the current SU officers and previous ones as well for putting in these amazing schemes. We should continue to support these both financially and logistically, and consider further development with other officers, including the communities officer. And as well as mental health, physical health comes in hand, so we need to promote sport as much as possible. And one of my plans is to provide more promotion in the sports training village for things like the gym and other facilities. And as well as that, many people can't play, for example, football on a Wednesday afternoon at 2 p.m. because their lectures end at 1 p.m. and they need to be warmed up at the Sulis pitches at 1 p.m. So I want to bring Wednesday lectures back by 1 hour to accommodate that.
Blake, can you just next, please? Thank you.
Hi. So I think there's a lot to be said about this, and unsurprisingly, quite an area of focus for me, having the background as community officer. I think there's a huge need for us to have more data about who is accessing mental health provisions at the moment, what their experience is of those services, and what the barriers are. More specifically, we don't have much insight into demographic breakdowns of who is actually able to access counselling, wellbeing, etc. And I think that from conversations I've had, particularly with international students, we don't have much confidence that that there is cultural competence in every single of these services. I also think that there is more we can do in terms of marketing and comms to celebrate the good work that our student groups are doing, particularly our diversity and support groups, and the ones that spring to mind are Student Minds and Nightline, who, as has been mentioned, do really great work and have had really good collaborations, for example, with the male mental health projects that have been happening, which started from Student Minds.
Okay, Dan.
I think what everyone's said so far is very valid. And I think, for me anyway, the main one is the accessibility of these services. Just last week I tried to talk to the SU about like the wellbeing team, and I just wasn't sure how you're supposed to do it. Like I tried to walk in, but the door was locked, although it said it should be open. And I just think that make it really clear how people can access these services is the main way to go. Because they are there, they might not be the best at the minute, but obviously they can get better. But if people know how to use them, then people will use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And Will, can you finish it, please?
Yeah, so I do think that the main priority should be to remove the taboo around mental health. There is a massive stigma around it at the moment. I've been in a position where I've wanted to seek support and I've felt almost guilty about that. So I feel like the SU can do more to promote the services that are available on campus, keep pushing that all the time, and working with other support groups, as mentioned by the other candidates.
Thank you very much. Great answers from everyone. We will now move to some role-specific questions now regarding the president role. So, as SU president, you of course be chair of the SU Board of Trustees. This is the governor of the university, as well as being a student representative. How would you navigate the different roles to ensure that you're fulfilling all of your duties? Because of course there's quite a lot of duties that come with this role. I'll start with you, Ronaldo.
Sorry, which different roles?
SU president, as well as being that, you would be the chair of the SU Board of Trustees, a governor of the university, as well as a student representative.
I mean, are you asking how I split my time? What's your question, sorry?
How will you ensure that you will be fulfilling all of your duties across those positions?
Effective time management, I'd say. Making sure that everything, you don't spend too much time on one thing, and making sure you know what you're doing and you've got rigorous plans and procedures to, whether it's consultation, putting in new schemes, speaking with other officers, delegating tasks. It's just a mixture of all those things, I think, and it's just a case of good leadership that's needed as in the role.
Blake, please.
Hi, so as a current SU officer, I am already a trustee for the SU bar, so I guess I have some experience in that arena already. But I think what's really important is to remember that we have, as officers, there are many different hats that you'll be wearing at any time. So the hat of being a student, sort of a staff member, also being a trustee, and obviously your role is like whichever kind of portfolio officer that you are. I think it's really important to be thinking about what is best for the SU and its future and long-term planning, and in theory that should be what's best for students, and if it's not, then I suppose that's where the kind of having all of those roles at the same time really shines and it is really a good thing. I think as well, like what I'd want to increase as the chair of the Board of Trustees is the kind of awareness that students have of how the SU is structured and what that actually means, and how kind of things from students are fed up to kind of the highest level, I guess.
Okay, Will, can you answer this one, please?
So as mentioned, it is an incredibly busy role, but I am a bit of a stickler for organisation, so love a good timetable. So I would essentially just really time management, keeping in mind that every role deserves equal time and thought, so it's always keeping it all in line and having a very happy balance. I think that's the best way to approach it.
Okay, thank you. Jimena, please.
Yeah, so I think if you ask my campaign team, they'll tell you that I have this week planned down to the minute just to make sure that I wasn't missing anything, and that's really how I approach life in general. Right now, my day-to-day life is quite busy as well. I do 30 hours a week at my job. I am the chair for the Latin American Society. I'm doing this as well. I'm writing my dissertation on graduating, and somehow I still have a high 2-1 as an average. So I think I'm really good at organizing my time. And I think in the end, it's just mostly about knowing what the priority is for the SU, and then obviously giving more time to that and then to the rest of it, but realizing that you really, obviously, as Blake mentioned, you really can't take off any of the hats you're wearing. So you have to make sure that you have kind of everything in your horizon and just prioritize what you know makes more sense for the students and what's going to be better for them, really.
Esther, please.
Yeah, so the same goes. I mean, I'm a final year. I'm also a member of NUS, the delegates. I'm a member of Summit. I chair the sports exec. I'm also the chair of our shooting club. So I wear enough hats during the week that sometimes I'll be very honest, I forget which hat I am wearing, and I might go to one meeting and forget what I'm doing, but we're all human and we all make mistakes, and I think that's sort of what I'm bringing forward to this. I'm going to be as organised as I can, but there are going to be some days where sometimes we're all just a little bit upside down, because that's life, unfortunately. So as much as planning your time to a T is all great and everything, I think we're all human and we all make mistakes. So I might not have the experience that Blake has, because I'm not an officer just yet, but maybe at the end of this week we will be. So we'll find out and we'll figure out then. So thanks.
I think Jack, please.
I think Blake covered it really well when she said that you wear different hats. When they said that you wear different hats when you take up this role, and I think the guiding principle for when you're taking on different roles, whether it's sitting on the Board of Trustees or sitting on the Remunerations Committee, I think you have to be driven by the same purpose. And my purpose would be wholly and fully to promote the well-being and the situations for all students within our community, whichever backgrounds they're from. I think everyone needs representation, and I would try to do that to the best of my ability, no matter where I'm doing it.
Okay, and Dan, please.
So I think I'd just try and engage with the students more. You know, maybe do like some surveys and stuff, try and see where students really want us to focus our attentions on, because it's hard to tell. You know, you're a bit disconnected from like the whole population of the students. It's hard to tell exactly what people want. So I think if you can focus directly on that, it'll probably be the best solution to the issues.
Right, okay. We'll move on now to a hypothetical scenario, right? So, First Bus announced that due to financial challenges, it may have to drastically increase the prices of bus fares and passes next year to still be able to offer the same level of service to campus. What would you do? We'll start with you, Jack.
Would you repeat the first part of the question again?
First Bus announced that due to financial challenges, it may have to drastically increase the price of bus fares and passes next year to still be able to offer the same level of service.
So my approach would be, I'm sure like everyone else here, to put as much pressure on them as possible to not do that, whilst recognising that it's not fully within the SU's control what they do with their prices. We also need to be in constant communication with them about the service that they are running, making sure it's running effectively for all students. And I think that looking into alternative methods for travel as well needs to be done in more scrutiny. And so I think that the bike lending programme needs to be expanded to electric bikes. We need to expand our distribution of safety equipment for those travelling to campus by other means. And we need to really try and reduce reliance on the U1 whilst recognising, and the U2, whilst recognising that we will never fully get rid of it and we do still need First Bus. And unfortunately, we can't set the prices for them.
Okay, Ronaldo.
Only 2 hours ago, Bath and North East Somerset Council announced a £7 million package to improve our bus services. So the hypothetical scenario might not happen, but if it does happen, then again we need to look at reducing reliance on the U1 and U2 services. That could be through cycling, but considering the geography, it's not really a viable option unless you're a very competent cyclist. And the other thing is for postgraduates, for example, anyone living outside the BA1, BA2 area, they will need to use cars because they simply won't be connected by buses. So making sure those car permits, make sure the permits are reduced and parking is available, reduce pollution on campus by people, they won't keep going around on a Monday morning looking for car parking spaces, making sure all the car parks are open. And we just need to reduce the reliance and perhaps work with First Bus and lobby them to reduce costs, for example, in the monthly or yearly passes where the bulk buy comes in and it makes sense for them to introduce a discount.
Okay, thank you. Esther, what would you do?
Well, I think it's one of those things that as we see in kind of the cost of living, it might be an inevitability. And of course, with that, we will have to raise awareness of what fund we have available with the SU, if we can bring about different sorts of funds. I'm sure there'll be a pot of money somewhere where we can rejig something. And not to keep on harbouring on about my point about the NUS, but £30,000 would probably go a very far way to helping a lot of us if that hypothetical was to arise. I think also, like everyone's mentioned, looking into different areas, we have the e-scooters now. I'm not by any means saying that they fix the problem, but they do look great going up and down the hill. So you've got that option out there. I'm not saying you should ride a bike up and down. Personally, I can't ride a bike, little fun fact. So that's sort of scrapped out of there for me. But car sharing, carpooling, it's something that we can all think about, and there's lots of different means which, we can go about should the time arise.
Okay, Dan, please. What would you do?
It might sound very pessimistic, but I'd like to be honest. I've been here 5 years, and I feel like every year since I've joined, the SU's been campaigning for the bus service to be improved, but nothing's really happened. So it's my opinion, really, that First Bus won't care. They'll, if they want to put the price up, they'll do it as much as they can, and there's probably not much we can honestly do about it. So I guess promoting other means is probably the best way, like, trying to encourage people to walk maybe. But as I said, we are on a hill and it's not very fun walking up it. So, there's probably not loads to do, which is unfortunate. But you never know. We might be able to campaign them a bit and they might listen. But it's not happened before, so why would it happen now?
Okay, Blake, please.
Yeah, so I definitely, I agree with a lot of that. I think while we have First Bus, which is pretty much it's a monopoly in Bath and the West of England more generally, there is a limit to the amount that we will be able to lobby them. I think that's why I'd really want to continue the work that the officer team have done this year on the top 10 about encouraging the university to have a long-term transport strategy, because I think as has been said, it's a hypothetical, but it's not. It's completely realistic. I think we've seen prices increase or definitely since I started at university. I remember the year pass used to be quite a bit cheaper. But yeah, essentially it's good for us to have voices in places like WECA, which is the West of England Combined Authority, and to have dialogue with like the bus mayor of Bath, which is a position I didn't realise existed until recently, and First Bus, of course. But yeah, encouraging the university to actually be planning ahead for these things and considering mitigations if there is something like this, such as like looking into like subsidising bus passes or anything like that.
Thank you. And Will, please.
Yeah, so of course if we are going at First Bus to lobby them as an individual, we're not going to get a lot done. That's a process that's not worked in the past, and it won't work if we continue doing that. However, I think if we open dialogue with Bath Spa University and get them in on it, and as well as Bath and North East Somerset Council, we've got a lot of say there, and as a collective I think that we can push First Bus to stop rising the prices. Of course, in my manifesto, I want to see the complete opposite. I want to see bus prices cut, and I think that if we take a collective approach, we can make that a reality.
And Himena, to wrap up the hypothetical situation.
Yep. So I think the long-term plans are great, and I know the SU has been working towards that, quite well. If it happens, if First Bus calls us today and tells us it's going to happen tomorrow, well, we need more of a right now situation. So I think the first step would be to actually meet with them and kind of understand, have them explain the situation, understand where it's coming from, see if there's anything we can do that it's worth actually lobbying rather than wasting our time just trying to lobby without knowing why they're increasing the prices, and then organize a plan, obviously in terms of how we can impact what First Bus is doing, and then in terms of alternatives, I think there's many alternatives, though the ones that have already been mentioned are great. I think there are others. For instance, we could do some sort of carpool service in which we create an app where students can, if you have a car and you're driving up to campus, maybe you can say, okay, we can meet at this spot in the city, and if you pay £1, I'll grab you up, and then you get someone to, help out with the cost of your gas, but, you're not really have to go out of your way to get to campus, for instance. And then if it comes to it, I think there's many student groups that would be willing to protest against First Bus if it comes to it, which hopefully it won't, obviously.
Quick point, Ronaldo.
Can I just respond to that? The reasons for the bus fares, for them potentially wanting to increase the bus fares, will be mainly because things like bus strikes, obviously the bus drivers wanting higher pay, and then they got an 18% rise just recently, I can't remember which bus service it was, and increased cost, for example, of fuel. What would that mean to us effectively?
Well, I think that's a good question, but again, I think I'd rather wait to hear from First Bus rather than hear it from you as a hypothetical situation. So when it comes to it, then we'll take it as it comes from the people that actually have the power to kind of influence that decision.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move on to something a bit more personal now regarding the candidates' hot topic, strikes, to move on from that. What do you think the SU's approach to staff strike action should be at the university? What's your personal view on that? I'll start with... Okay, Raz. What do you think the SU's approach to staff strike action should be at the university? What is your personal view on this? We'll start with you, Will.
Yeah, so I think that any SU officer should always be influenced by how the students are feeling. That's why I'm 100% in support of SU referendums. They gauge the support. Obviously, the most recent referendum saw the students vote against the strikes in supporting them. As a caveat to that, I think that the SU officers should therefore sit down with the UCU and the university to mitigate the impact on students. So, for example, shortening content on exams, for example, because I don't think it's fair that if someone hasn't been taught something, that they should then be have it come up on an exam, and also, let's say, release the content like pre-recorded lectures, because we all know that lectures have been recorded during the pandemic, they're just sitting there, so they can also be released as well to mitigate that impact.
Okay, thank you, Will. Can we go to you, Jack, next, please?
So this is a very tough one, because I think most people, even those who voted against supporting the strikes, do believe that the lecturers do deserve fair pay, and personally I do. However, the SU is here to support students and to promote the best quality of education among every individual across our university. And I know there have been some subjects which have been very hard hit by these strikes. And as an SU, we need to stand behind our students to ensure that their education is not negatively impacted. And there'll be a lot of frustration because most people will think that it has been negatively impacted. So we need to take stances like releasing lecture content before the semester begins or in week 1, so that if there is a strike, then students can still learn through pre-recorded lectures. And we also have to, like Will said, follow on from the referendum results and keep having those, because it's important that everyone's voice is heard.
Okay, thank you. Esther?
Yeah, so I mean, 4 years at this university as a politics student, I think I've pretty much had a DIY degree, which has pretty much been me, myself and I. But that's not to say that I don't stand with the lecturers and everything they're striking for. But I do think we need greater investigation into why, you know, the SU always supports them in first semester, and then in second semester, I think students just are a bit fed up. And I think we need greater investigation into what changes from first semester to second. Why are students so angry about it? And why is it changing from support to not support? You know, I think that's something that we as officers, we need to be out on the parade asking students, not sort of just sitting here and saying that we're doing talks with the UCU and everything. I'm not really seeing that. So I think whilst that's really important, also I think we as officers have a duty to maybe start thinking about lobbying the government for tuition fee refunds. It's something that is probably going to be inevitable given everything that's happened. So I think that's probably the 2 areas which as officers we should be focusing on.
Thank you, Esther. Can we go to you, Himena, please?
Yeah, so obviously the UCU, it's a union on its own, so we can't really force them to do anything. There is definitely a lot to do in terms of negotiating with them. However, I do agree that the main thing would be to make sure that all lectures are readily available and recorded, because I know, for instance, me personally, I've been affected because not all my lectures have been recorded and I've lost them because of the strikes. However, I do think that, for instance, seminar times could be used rather than for discussions for lectures that you didn't have. You could use them to recover the lectures that you lost. And for instance, if you have a lecture at 11:15, Chancellor's Building, and the lecture won't be there, and you have the recording, might as well get the students together to watch the lecture, record it together, because might as well, you know, have a discussion between them, which might be better than just watching on its own, you know, sitting at home, where you really won't focus on what you're watching, which obviously isn't as good as having the lecture in person. But seeing as the UCU, you know, has its right to strike because they do deserve more than they're getting, this is one way we could kind of walk around it in terms of we don't get to negotiate with them.
Okay, Blake, please.
So I think some of the difficulties that we have with taking a stance on this is that we have an independent SU Advice Centre which will be offering support to people regardless of which stance we take, and I think that there is unfortunately a risk of alienating people when we are kind of taking stances as an SU, and that would possibly be a barrier for some people accessing the support and guidance they need with the kind of quite serious, in some cases, disruptions to studies. I think, as has already been said by Himena in particular, we don't have any power over whether UCU strike or not. And a lot of the things that we do as an SU are more or less the same, regardless of what the vote is, which makes me kind of feel like considering it's quite a resource-intense thing to hold a referendum, almost as like you've suggested, Esther, maybe that time and resource would be better spent actually having more engagement events with students about what impacts they're seeing and actually kind of doing more about it in a more visible way than just holding referendum after referendum.
Dan, please.
Personally, I'm against the strikes, but if I was the SU president, I would respect the opinion of the other students and push their thoughts across. Because personally, I get like things like the lecturers that are annoyed at the university for not paying them enough, but they punish the students by not doing lectures and things. So why don't they just not do their research? You know, that would hurt the university more. Whereas, like, they say things like, "Oh, we don't have to tell you if we're striking," but really, that's just rude. Like students come up, which is, that increases the university's carbon footprint, so that's bad as well. And then you don't know, do you? You turn up, you're potentially not there, you potentially miss half your lectures in a semester just because they won't tell you beforehand. Yeah.
Okay, and Ronaldo, please, to finish.
The university's position, I don't know. The SU's position, referendums. You asked about my personal position on this. My position is 1 or 2 year, absolutely fine. I agree, I get your point. But more, like this year, 18 days, I think is absolutely ridiculous because public sector pay is not within our control. We can't do anything about it. And that's why I'm pushing for monetary compensation, and that will be achieved through pushing for the revision of the regulation for students, item 3.8, which is about delivering lectures and not delivering them based on things not within our control, such as terrorism. That's what it says in it: terrorism, power loss, and industrial action. And the answer is not to not examine what we've not been taught, but to actually teach it. And we need to make sure we do that because that's the job of the university, and that's what our students are paid for.
Yes, just brief, please.
Right, so, well, you just mentioned referendums, and you actually do that as well in your manifesto. So I'm just wondering, considering that turnout for elections for SU officers is already, something that we have to push for people to actually participate, how do you think increasing referendums is actually going to solve anything if people don't really like to participate? It takes time for them to participate once a year. So how is it, you say that you're pragmatic, so how is it that you want to be efficient in your decision making if you have to take a referendum that not a lot of people are going to vote in every time?
Last time there was a referendum, we got one email saying, this is what's happening, vote on this day, and the day was a week or two later. We need to make sure we raise awareness, have people out with posters, have people explaining it, have more emails explaining it, and just posters everywhere, posters explaining what's going on, so people know there's a vote, and people will vote, and we'll reach that threshold, and we'll understand what people think.
All right, okay, thank you. So I'm going to throw in just some other questions here. To Will, just to you, how do you plan to decrease bus fares, rents, and food when they are all? Hang on, I'm going to reread this again. Sorry, from here. When they all increase with inflation, of course.
Yeah. So as mentioned throughout this questions, I think that a collective approach by working with Bath Spa University and Baines Council, I think that we can really combat it that way. I do believe that the SU has more voice and more power than what people think that it does. If we just look a couple of years ago at the action that we did to get rid of the Vice-Chancellor at the time, we've got a lot of say in this, and we can do a lot if we come together.
Thank you to Dan now, just one. As president, other than running survey and stuff and fixing happy hour, do you have any other plans as such?
Yeah, I'd really like, currently I'm aware of like clubs and societies where they're having to fund themselves to compete in competitions or just play games. I'd really like to push towards them being able to do it like unfunded, so it becomes less exclusive. Like ones if you can't afford to pay the £60 to travel to Swansea to play a rugby game and like stay overnight or whatever, it just seems quite exclusive to students that potentially can't afford to do this. So yeah, I'd like to push to fund the clubs and societies better.
Okay, thank you. And a question from a student to all of you now. We've got time, so what commitments would you make to further religious freedom, including whether you would continue to allow everything that the CU, the Christian Union, currently does on or near the parade? So we'll start with you, Jack, please.
I think this has echoes of your previous question on freedom of speech and what we allow all clubs and societies to do on the parade. And I think that everyone should be entitled to the same, regardless of their religion, regardless of their ethnic background or any other personal characteristics they have. I think we need to be unanimous in our support for freedom of speech, and only when it turns into hate speech and violence, we can then take a stand against that and stamp it out. But until we see any of that, I would say that we need to adopt the stance of freedom of speech and allowing clubs and societies to have equal access to campaigning on the parade.
Okay, Esther?
Yeah, I mean, religious freedoms are a gorgeous thing that we have in this amazing SU, and that exactly what was mentioned before about freedom of speech is it's something which, as SU president, I imagine will come up. It's political with a small p, this role, and as much as we want to try and push agendas or something like that, ensuring that all voices are heard equally, I think, as difficult as it may be, is ultimately the easiest thing that we can do, is ensuring that there's access for everyone to campaign freely wherever they like, whether that's the parades, whether that's outside of the library, outside of wherever they want to be. That should be our focus as officers.
Okay, thank you. And Will, please.
Yeah, so I think university should be a place where different opinions and views are mixed. I think it's a great thing. I certainly come to university and had different views and had my own horizons expanded as a result of that. However, if societies are to lean into hate speech, which I certainly don't think they would, the SU should completely stamp that out, and that will not be tolerated. But yeah, I think that all opinions should mix.
Okay, Ronaldo, please.
Should we have different religions campaigning on the parade? Absolutely. That's just freedom of speech, freedom of religion. But one thing that's becoming very prevalent and comes along with freedom of speech, or the other side, to be honest, is cancel culture. It's becoming more and more of a thing. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. We need to make sure the threshold at which freedom of speech is deemed to become offensive is kept as high as possible, but is kept so that all freedom of speech which is acceptable is respectful and we have no problems. But we need to make sure that everyone can say what they think and what they believe without being objected to, and if anyone disagrees with it, they need to still be able to listen and they can object to it, but it doesn't mean they silence them.
Dan, please.
As far as I'm aware, the Christian Union isn't affiliated with the SU. There's another group I'm aware of like this, which is Aquapella. They left the Students' Union, and they're not allowed to stand on the parade. During the like activities thing where you go and see all the groups you can join and stuff, they were told they're not allowed to stand on the parade. They've got to stand away, and then they were told they're not allowed to stand at the bottom of the steps and stuff. So I feel like it's a bit hypocritical to say that the Christian Union can be on the parade, but then others that aren't affiliated cannot.
Okay, and Hima, no?
So I think sometimes there's like a negative connotation when you associate, certain religious beliefs with like kind of limiting certain actions or certain beliefs or certain systems. I personally don't think that it's necessary. You can be a believer in anything, and that doesn't mean that you need to receive the label that you're going to be restricting or, not let anyone be who they want to be. So I think that's an important difference that we have to keep. And as everyone said, that definitely comes with accepting all groups and allowing them to stand on the parade as long as they respect other people. That makes all the sense in the world. I do, however, want to make my personal opinion clear that I think that it's sometimes we associate like religious institutions with negative connotations that should be labels placed on specific believers and specific, thinking of certain people.
Blake, please.
Hi, so I kind of want to respond actually to some of the things that you said, Ronaldo. I think freedom of speech on campuses has become like a huge thing. Like we've had the higher education bill be recently going through Parliament, and there was an amendment in or something in there that meant that SUs could be sued. Fortunately, that's been removed. But honestly, like if you actually look at the data and the experiences that people have in the year 2019 and 2020, like that academic year, less than 1% of speakers were not allowed to come to campus, and that they weren't for reasons that they were being no platforming. It was for other reasons. And I feel like it's one of these kind of culture wars that's been stoked, and it's a pretty much a non-issue, I feel. And I think we have a pretty common sense approach to freedom of speech, at least from everything I've heard and seen on this campus and university, where we try and hear everyone, and obviously if people are being bigoted, then that's something that's not tolerated, and I think we get the balance right.
Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, we're going to move on now to another question regarding, say, manifestos now. So, all of you have mentioned the importance of transparency of the SU to students in some way or another in your manifesto. What do you think is the best way of being transparent and getting students to engage with what you are telling them? So we'll start off, Esther, since you were so vocal about transparency.
My favourite word that's come up all of the time, and everyone says they're going to fix it, and they're going to create this gorgeous spreadsheet which is going to show you all of the costs. Oh my gosh, please, it sounds so boring. Transparency is great, but what about accountability? This is essentially a political role. You as the students were electing us to this position, so why does everyone forget about it? I want to hold something similar to that word that politicians do, which I can't remember, really great politics student. And it should be that the students can come to us, whether that's once a month or whatever works. Come and have a chat with all of the officers, tell us what you want to do, and that should be our priorities, not this great long list of things which are going to inevitably change as soon as something new hits the news. It should be you, the students, should come in an open forum to us, the officers, where we can be accountable to you directly. So that's how I should be dealing with it, not with a ridiculous spreadsheet of cut down of costs. Thank you.
Was it surgery, the word?
That's the word. There we go. Surgery.
Will, next please.
Could you just repeat the question?
Yes, of course. All of you have mentioned the importance of transparency of the SU in your manifestos. What do you think is the best way of being transparent and getting students to engage with what you are telling them?
Yeah, so as Esther mentioned, spreadsheets are useless. I'm dyslexic, so spreadsheets scare me personally. I would never look at a spreadsheet if the SU posted it. I think that if we increase our social media presence more, as I mentioned in my manifesto, I would like to see fortnightly updates from the SU posted on social media. And I think if we just operate an open door policy at all times, personally, I might be different for other people, but I don't see the officers an awful lot. I would like to see people around campus a bit more interacting with students, talking to students, asking them how their day's going, what views they have, and what they'd like to see the SU do.
Okay, Dan, please.
Yeah, I think Will said it pretty well, that I guess the best way to be transparent would be to let everyone know what you're working on and what you're pushing for, and making sure that that is actually what the people want to hear. Because I guess with transparency, as someone else said, that like it is kind of like a political role, which you know we all know how politicians love to lie to everyone. So I guess being honestly transparent is the best way, and I guess you can do that by making it clear what you are doing.
Okay, Blake, please.
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of what's already been said. I think increasing the visibility of SU officers is something that does need to happen. And I would say that currently, I don't feel like there are effective mechanisms that SU officers are held to account to, if I'm being completely honest. And I think that it really is important, and I think that the SU president is a really good role for bringing together a lot of the work that the SU officer team does, but by extension, reaching into all of the different areas of the SU and kind of actually representing information on a platform that students are already on. Because I think we do put a lot of stuff on like via emails, which I think everyone's so inundated with emails that they don't necessarily engage with them. Or we, as officers, we have Facebook pages. I don't think many people are on Facebook anymore. I think we need to go to where students are and make things relevant and interesting to them and actually be a presence, not just on campus, but in the city as well.
Ronaldo, please.
Just drawing on Esther's point about accountability, in my opinion, accountability follows on from transparency. And I understand a spreadsheet can be boring, but some data is numerical. And that spreadsheet is just the best way of presenting that, rather than picking out statistics and only showing statistics, which is a more subjective way of being transparent. I think we should show everything. But apart from that, I have plans for monthly interviews, press conference style interviews with all officers every month, where people can ask questions, understand what's going on, and just keep the SU, in contact with the students. And as well as that, I want referendums for all key decisions. Any key decision that the SU makes, I want referendums so people can vote on what they want and not be caught out by surprise by a decision that's been made without proper consultation. Because at the end of the day, the SU works for its students, and it should be representative in that sense.
Himena, please.
Yes, I definitely think spreadsheets might not be read by anyone, but if you can make them readily available, it just helps in terms of transparency. However, I do think it has a lot to do with kind of building more personal links to students. I personally feel like as a president, you can have more visibility just literally kind of getting engaged in more groups. So I understand that is the role of the activities officer. Obviously, the president is supposed to kind of have a scope around all the roles as well. So, maybe show up to activities fair, just participate more so people know who you are, they feel they can approach you. I think that has a lot to do with kind of your personality, which is why I feel that I would be really good for the role, because I think that I very easily connect with other people and very easily kind of make those links. So I think that would make me an approachable SU president. Definitely an open door policy in that sense. And if I were elected, I would keep my Instagram available so they can, kind of contact me in a more informal manner, if they wish to. However, press-style conference, I don't feel they would be the way to go, because let's just see the turnout for this debate. So how are you going to guarantee that people actually show up when you do these conferences?
Yes, go on, Will.
Can I respond to that? I'll just say press conference style interviews, we need to bring our student media in, and we need to have questions posted in online for our students, just like the way you're asking questions now, things like that.
Right, okay. And Jack, close it off, please.
So there are a lot of great ideas that have been discussed just now. I'll just pick up a few highlights from what I agree with most, I think. Firstly, the numbers do need to be made available. At the moment, I don't know where I'd go to find out, for example, the SU's expenditure. Maybe it is somewhere, maybe I'm not clued in, but I think most of the student community wouldn't know either, and that's a problem that does need to be solved through marketing, through meeting students on the platforms they go to, not Facebook, more Instagram, TikTok. We need an officer-run account on each of those platforms to directly connect with students and make ourselves more approachable for whoever is making up the officer team. From this point forward, really, that needs to be the number one priority, being approachable and ensuring that everyone's aware of the open door policy of SU officers, and hopefully that way we can get more voices involved.
Thank you very much. Great answers. Now is a fun part. We can take some questions from the audience, and there will be a microphone going around if it's on. Just wait. Yes, Lucy. Just wait. We'll just bring the microphone up.
Is that a bit off? No, you're absolutely fine. Thank you. My question is just to Ronaldo. So you were talking about with accountability, having more referendums, but obviously referendums take up a huge amount of time to organise. As we saw with the last referendum, there had to be an amendment made around the dates, and it took a couple of weeks for the next email to come out reminding us there was going to be one. So do you not think it's a misuse of SU and officers' time and money also just to be, making referendum points rather than actually getting on with the job they were elected to do to represent the students?
I think we should simplify the referendum process and potentially have a different process for referendums, more of a vote, just a general vote than a referendum. Just make it a bit less formal, and that shouldn't take much time. If it's literally just on the SU's website, we'll have some sort of mechanism for introducing a vote, just like the council has for consultation and stuff like that. The problem is, with consultation doesn't mean you get to vote. It just says you say this is wrong and this is right. But referendums, we need to make sure that people vote and they have their say on key decisions.
Sorry, could I just add on to that? There is an outlet for students to go to. It's SU Summit. It is where students should be going to. And I think more than kind of maybe introducing referendums, it should be that SU Summit's highlighted to students more. I've sat on SU Summit for 2 years, as Blake has, and it's exclusive. I'm not afraid to say it. You only know about it if you're on it. So I think realistically, more than referendums should be being pushed. It should be a push that SU Summit is for students. Students can bring what they want to SU Summit through any means possible. You think of something from the top of your head and there will be a delegate there at SU Summit. So I think more than we're pushing referendums, we should be pushing students to use SU Summit and the means which are already there to advocate for what their issues are.
Just very brief, and then Blake.
I'll say, Summit, you get your opinion out there, absolutely, I agree, it's a great thing. But getting a vote,
but
each
it is
person's
voted
vote,
on.
I know, but not everyone is going to have, not everyone's going to go there
it's
with a vote.
From everything. It's
with a vote,
with enough people and delegates from everything.
With a vote, you can vote from your phone at home. With SU
Summit as well.
Sorry?
You can do that through SU Summit
But
as well.
interacting with them isn't as easy as reading
So
about
why
the
don't
issue
we
and
change
just voting
so
straight
we
away.
should change that then. We shouldn't make
Absolutely.
referendums harder.
I agree.
Okay, right, we'll leave it there. Blake, make a point.
I was going to say that I agree a lot with what Esther said. I think that Summit does feel like a bit of a, almost like elite circle of people who are the most involved in the SU, essentially, which it has its value to have those collections of people and hear what they've got to say. But I personally think that those should be open meetings so that anyone could come and be involved in those discussions. I think as well, one thing that I know within the SU we've already started to reconsider, but I would really want to push forward is our kind of reassessment of execs and the structures in which the feed up, I suppose, to Summit, and actually make those things that students feel like they have power in, I guess, because I think at the moment we have some really valuable conversations, I think, in Summit often, but it doesn't always go somewhere or get fed back. And I think that we can't really expect students on the whole to be contributing to these discussions and to votes, etc., if we're not actually demonstrating the importance that we're placing on their voice, which I think at the moment we can do a better job at.
Can I just interject?
Yes, briefly.
Thank you. So I'm also on Summit. I recognise the point that there's only maybe 30 or 40 people in the room when we're discussing it. Do we know the exact number? I don't know the exact number. 30 people. And we had the exact number for students, nearly 20,000 a minute ago. That's not enough representation. We need to explore other ways, but I do recognise that perhaps elections, organising those are costly as well. So I think really the solution that I see is the open door policy and making officers as approachable as possible all year round.
Himena, please.
Yeah, I think a good avenue that we haven't explored yet is student leaders that we currently have. So I mean, I've been in different society committees for a couple of years now, and the SU has never really invited us to be like, okay, let's sit down. You obviously represent very diverse groups. You know, I represent an international society. I know people from religious societies. I know people from sports societies. If you get to invite them and tell them, oh, you obviously represent important groups within, you know, the student community, what do you think about certain issues? I'm sure that these students would be very willing to participate because they're already student leaders and they like to represent the societies they belong to. So I think that is another avenue, you know, of people that we could involve and ask them questions. I'm not saying that all decisions will be based on them, but I think they might also be representative of, you know, an important segment of the student community.
Is it okay for me to jump back in, or?
How many more questions do we have, briefly? I think we'll go back to the audience for a bit, please. I hope that's enough answers for you, Lucy. This one in the red coat on here, please.
Thanks. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank the current SU for their commitments they've made to freedom of religion. It's honestly made me feel so welcome here in Bath. However, it came to my attention that the current community officer tried to postpone the Cake by the Lake in the CU due to what she called, I think, a disturbance or something. So I'd like to reiterate in light of that, what would you do to protect religious liberties, as in would you continue to uphold the same ones that we have this year? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. First of all, I use they, them pronouns. Secondly, I'm afraid I really don't know what you're talking about with the specific Cake by the Lake incident. That's not something that I have ever heard of. I realised in my answer earlier, I think we moved on a little bit to talking about freedom of speech, and I didn't speak specifically about religious freedom. That is something that I absolutely support, and I think it's important that people from any faith, any religious background are able to find their community here, to be speaking on parade, to have all of the kind of their freedom to practice their religion respected, and that includes having spaces such as the chaplaincy and prayer rooms that are available and fit for purpose. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say beyond that than I absolutely support religious freedom.
Yeah, sorry about that, by the way.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay. Yes, please.
Hiya. First of all, thank you, like everyone, for all of your comments. They've all been super insightful. So I was just wondering, the universities across the UK at the moment, they're working to renew their access and participation plans, and these look at sort of students from widening participation backgrounds. So that could be areas of low rate of progression to higher education. It could also be refugees, care leavers, care experience students, estranged students, young carers, and a vast number of other student groups. As a young carer myself, it's really important to me that the SU kind of as a group, and the SU president specifically, is aware of the needs of that group of students. When we look at the access and participation plan, it's split into 3 stages. So you've got kind of getting them into the university, retaining them at the university, and then going on to what they do after they graduate. I think the SU plays a really fundamental role in the experience of students at the university, and specifically students from underrepresented backgrounds. So my question to you guys would be, as SU president, what would you do to make sure that all these specific areas not only feel kind of included in the university, but know kind of like that they have a place there, and also with financial and things and anything like that, what role would you play in the retention of them whilst they're at university?
Who wants to go first? Okay, Will.
So, firstly, I actually got into Bath through the Access to Bath scheme. I'm from a area where access to higher education is low, hence that. So this is really close to my heart, and I completely understand that. As SU president, one of the first things I would do is to sit down with these groups, talk about their needs and how they would like to see access continued. I think having that dialogue would be great. So yeah, that's how I would do it. And actually, I'm more than happy to speak to you afterwards about it more if you'd like.
Ronaldo, please.
So I think the university, the government and the SU all do a pretty good job with widening participation. I mean, we can see here on this table we've got a fairly diverse set of presidential candidates, and I mean, me personally, I'm originally from Iraq. You wouldn't usually expect someone from a war-torn country typically to be able to come here and integrate with society very well. But I've been able to do that, and I don't see any problems. But we can improve that. And one way of improving that, and I've listed that in my manifesto, is to connect with international universities, connect our societies to international university societies around the world, so people know more about Bath, and students who apply to Bath already have that connection with the university before they even apply, and that will just make it much easier for people to flow in and integrate in UK life very well.
Jack, yes.
So, thank you for the question. This is an issue which is very central to my thinking around all of my policies, including tackling the biggest issues that most broadly affect students from widening participation backgrounds. From my own experience, working with the Student Retention and Success team as a care leaver, I think they've been fantastic, actually. And I think a lot of the support available, especially in the form of the Care Leaver Bursary, the Gold Scholarship Programme, the Bath Bursary, all of these things are such terrific ways of getting participation levels up in an area of higher education which offers tremendous opportunities for people to really improve their lives. So it's something that I'm very passionate about, and when it comes to improving the framework that's set out, there are a lot of things I would, but to summarise it, really, I'd try and build more of a community and try and make sure that people really hit the ground running to know that they're not alone when they first join university, and that there are people, many people from backgrounds similar to them in this place, and they do belong here.
Anybody else? Blake?
Firstly, as others have already done, I want to thank you for that question, and it's honestly really exciting to hear questions about the access participation plan and to see that there is a wider knowledge than I think there was, well, even like a year ago. As someone with a WP background myself, as an estranged student, I feel really excited by a lot of the work that's happening in this area, and I already have some kind of interaction, particularly on like trying to engage with our diversity and support groups and like various different student communities in general with the APP work. So I think as president, I'd very much want to continue being a champion of all of that great work. The only thing I would add to that is that the access and participation plan currently, it kind of considers undergraduate home students. And what I'd really like to see is some of the really great work that's done in this area being expanded to benefit also our postgraduate population and our international student population.
Esther?
Thank you for the question as well. We've gone down the line. I think as someone who I don't know a lot about it, I'm going to put my hands up, but it starts with the president or essentially all of the officer team coming to you and working with you. And it's everything that, you know, you can use your combined wealth of knowledge with our combined wealth of knowledge, and we can work out something which starts with you and ultimately works for you, not just kind of window dressing everything in a way which I think a lot of the time from someone who just kind of hears about this, especially at NUS conference last year, it was just sort of said, it was then moved on with. And as even though in my manifesto I have put, you know, leaving the NUS as one of my most important things, sort of still working with those other universities on a best practice plan. You know, what Blake said sounds amazing, and I would love for more students even just to hear more about it, and going back to what I was saying about sharing the good practice that we have and getting that across the board, I think is most important. But again, it starts and ends with you. So thank you.
Does anybody else wish to answer? Yes, Himena.
I think there's 4 points regarding that I've been considering for my campaign. First of all, I think there's a lot of red tape in terms of the criteria to choose who gets like some sort of financial support and that kind of thing, and who gets kind of into the categories of people that deserve this financial support, and this is something that needs further revisions. I think our diversity and support groups, again, if they're reinvigorated, they can give access to more students who participate in them. And in the same manner, I think the role of the wellness and inclusivity officers in societies and groups, which is not mandatory right now, but I really think that it is a key role in every society, because it means that though it doesn't mean that this person should be the only one accountable for wellness and inclusivity in the group, it should obviously be the responsibility of everyone that belongs to the group. It is someone that is literally looking after that specific point, and that can make sure that everyone feels welcome into the groups that they're participating in. And finally, I think for me, and this is obviously very close to my heart, is the fact that overseas students don't have access to any kind of bursaries, though they're paying twice as much tuition, is something that is just simply unacceptable for me.
Okay. Yes, briefly, yes.
Not related to anything you said just now, but I was reading through your manifesto and you mentioned international students, you want to put them in the same accommodation separate to domestic students when they come in first year. Do you think segregating the international students in this way makes it harder for them to integrate with living in the UK and domestic people from the UK who will, you know, provide tips, you know, this is the best shop to go to, this is where you should shop, this is how the government works here, you know, things like that?
So if you read the manifesto, you obviously saw that I talk a lot about adjustment period before semester starts. And this is me talking from personal experience. When I first got to the UK, my flat, thankfully, was international. But some people were in a position where they were the only international students, and they found it really hard to adjust to, you know, to the life in the UK. So what I'm saying is not that all international students should be put in one flat and not have like nationals. I'm just saying that if you're going to be in a flat and you're an international student, let's just make sure that there's another international student. It's kind of a buddy system. It's not about segregation, and I really don't appreciate the negative connotation to one of my proposals.
Okay, let's go back to questions. And this dashing individual here.
Thank you. I have one question for Will. On your Instagram and on your manifesto, you promised to cut the bus fares, reduce the cost of food provision, and decrease the rent prices. Yep. All of those things are obviously coming up, and I think that it is a great idea of doing a joint campaign with BATSPA. But still, if you're dealing with a business whose profit margins are cut very low, excuse me for my language, but they're not gonna care about you and your opinion, and they're just still going to increase their prices. So do you have an alternative strategies on how to do this?
As in an alternative strategy to cut the areas that I've spoken about, is that your question? I must admit, no, I don't, because I think that my approach would work. Collective bargaining does work. If you go to these companies, yes, their profit margins are important, but when you look at First Bus, for example, as Blake mentioned earlier, they're the monopoly in the west of England, so there's no competition there, and I think that if you approach that with a collective response, that would help. In regards to university on-site like food options, we've already seen the SU officers work this year to cut the prices of food on campus, so it is possible to continue that work, I think.
Right, thanks, Will. Is that the same? Just briefly, just Blake, yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I think, keeping an open dialogue with the university is essential, really, and it's absolutely true that the university is about to experience, and probably is at the moment, a period of financial difficulty in which they are going to be cutting costs and cutting down on things. I think what needs to be happening is we need to be shouting about all the things that we do as a students' union and all the amazing things that basically investing in the student experience actually brings to enrich our university community and actually make it a place worth studying and living and coming to. And I think that, generally speaking, from my experience, and I was quite surprised about this, I think when we have those conversations with university management, we do actually have the power to collectively advocate for students in a way that's effective, and we have seen things being effective. So it's something that we absolutely need to push on pretty much constantly, because if things can be cut and it looks like they're not essential, then they will be. But I think keeping a dialogue is important.
Okay, I think we'll move on to another question. Sorry, yes, in the back.
I noticed in the bus hypothetical, I'm a low mobility disabled person, that there was not much mention of people that aren't able to do what you're able to do, other than Esther riding a bike. So my question is, how will you keep in mind people who might not have the resources, the opportunities, or the abilities that you do while in the role if you were to get it?
Yes, Blake.
I'm happy to go first. I think that's a really important question, and I think that not only with transport, but more generally, we need to be thinking about equality, diversity, and inclusion, and also accessibility, clearly, with every single aspect of what we're doing, including what we're advocating for, whether we actually are engaging with a representative kind of cohort, I suppose, of students, which I think at times, I don't think we always achieve that at the moment. I think that we need to engage more with our diversity and support groups and support them to actually flourish. And I think a lot of the barriers to that actually have been exacerbated by the cost of living, with a lot of people from, so particularly minorities students, have less time to be spending volunteering, and a lot of our kind of representational structures require you to commit to full-time roles. I think this is a huge barrier to actually hearing what issues people are having, and we're not going to know all the answers. And yeah, sorry, I didn't really answer all of it.
Jack, you have to be very brief because we need to wrap up soon.
So yeah, thank you very much for the question. In my manifesto, I do mention the bike lending programme and expanding that to electric bikes as well, and I wrote that being aware that there are obviously lots of people who will not be able to ride a bike, not least up Widcombe or Bathwick Hill. I definitely struggle on my best days with that, but I am also keen to promote activity for those who can, and I'm also keen to work with the Disability Action Group on finding proposals for improvements where they can be found. And I indeed consulted them when writing my manifesto, and I'm proud to say that they have endorsed me as a candidate. So that is something I'm particularly clued into, and it's not something I've neglected at all when writing those things down.
Okay, we'll move on from that. We don't have much time left. So we're going to one last piece then, each of you. Very brief answer, about 30 seconds each if you can. Similar question I asked to Hannah earlier. If you could change one thing at university where you've got no limit of resources or barriers, what is the one thing that you would do? We'll start with you, Will.
Yeah, so I would tackle the cost of living on campus. I would cut the prices of rent, use the money and the unlimited resources to freeze the rent and cut the rent. Make sure that food is incredibly low on campus for all dietary requirements, and also make our campus more accessible in general.
Okay, Jimena?
I think it's pretty clear that for me, kind of equality of opportunities for all students from all backgrounds is the most important thing. So getting, international students access to bursaries, making our campus more accessible, everything that has to do with kind of, leveling the playing field for everyone that's on campus, I think would be the most important thing, because some people I know, as a matter of fact, they really don't feel taken into consideration right now, and for me, that's frankly unacceptable.
Okay, Ronaldo?
I do something that affects students here and now today, and right now students come in at 8 a.m. and they have lectures up to 7 p.m. Depending on their timetable. So I would immediately set up alter their rules to set up new lecture times of 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. to make sure nobody's exhausted by any 4-hour breaks in the middle, and just have a decent day.
All right, Dan?
I personally believe coming to uni is about having fun. And since you said, whatever we want, it'd be my dream to have, I don't know if everyone's seen Community, like campus-wide events, like the big paintball fight. I think that would be awesome.
Jack?
Am I correct in thinking you said infinite resources with one thing?
Yes.
Well, I'd build accommodations and make it all free for everyone, and that would essentially halve everyone's costs.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of something that will top both across campus people. So I'm going to go for something actually more realistic, I think. Sorry, Peter. But I think lecture recordings, and a proper lecture recording policy that actually works and gets people the recordings that they need to actually study and learn in the ways that they want to, which is essentially what everyone's paying for, is, I think, within reach, and something that I would absolutely have as one of my top priorities.
I'd demand action into NUS membership. It's been proven that it's institutionally anti-Semitic, and we've been talking about religious freedoms, yet sat on the back of every single person's library card in this room is an anti-Semitic institution, and we're still a part of it because no one really spoke about it in the last referendum. £30,000 could change a lot of everything which we've spent the past however many minutes we've been sat here talking about. So I'm bringing about real change and not just something which doesn't require infinite money. It has a finite goal.
Okay, thank you all for that. And now we will do closing statements, and Esther will start with you and we'll work our way down this way.
Thanks everyone for asking such great questions and all of the fun things that we've been talking about. I'm not going to bore you. You've probably read my manifesto, and my 1-minute manifesto is up there. Pardon my voice, I was very ill last week. But yeah, thank you. Elect Esther, vote tomorrow, fun stuff. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you everyone so much for all of your questions. I think everyone who's been here has been really engaged. I think it's been really fantastic to have that kind of cross candidate conversations about a lot of things as well. I would love for you to all vote and engage with these elections. I think I'd be a fantastic next SU president. I've got a year of experience as an officer, and hopefully a lot of you already know who I am, and I like to think I'm quite friendly and approachable and all of those things. But yeah, thank you so much for listening, and remember to bring back Blake. Oh gosh, I can't even say my slogan right.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, thank you all for your amazing questions today. The engagement has been fantastic, and to all those watching at home, thank you as well. I have built my manifesto upon many conversations with members of our student community. It's based around practical solutions to real problems, the biggest problems we're facing. And whilst I answer that question about infinite resources, I've written my manifesto knowing that we won't have infinite resources, and that's been at the forefront of my mind. So I hope that when you read it, or if you've already read it, you've understood that the objectives I've set out are attainable, and if we work together, if you back Jack, these solutions can be achieved.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to thank everyone again. As I said at the start, I'm sure most people already know who they're going to vote for. So if you want to vote for me, please do. If not, vote for whoever you want. I'd also like to say hi to my mum, so hi mum.
Again, thank you for the questions. Just one thing, the local elections are coming up, so it's very likely that the majority in council is going to be replaced this year. So I will work with Bath North East Somerset Council to establish a stronger connection, which we don't really have at the moment. Make sure that they understand what we need and we understand what the residents need, so the city can work hand in hand. But apart from that, I have achievable targets. Nothing in my manifesto is purely ideological. And so please vote for me on tomorrow.
In terms of transparency, inclusivity, transport, international students, everyone here is willing and able to do a great job. But I'd like to insist that I think I am the right person for the job, because it's not only about being sociable and approachable, which I think we all are. It's not only about being qualified, which again I think we all are. It's also about having character. I hope that I've shown you this far that I have the character to not take no for an answer when it comes to defending student voices. So tomorrow when ballots open, please choose a candidate who's going to speak up for you and choose the president for all voices.
I just want to close by saying I might not necessarily have the best campaign here. I might not be the best candidate neither, but I care really much about this university and the students in it. I genuinely believe that we are the best university in the country, and I really want to represent you as best as I can, and I do think that I can do that. I'm not perfect, but I will work day in and day out for you. I definitely do have the will for change. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're finished with this. No wrap-ups? No? Right, okay. Yeah, that's free to go. We'll be back at 1:45 now, having a short break. Can all the activities candidates, officer candidates, come and sit down, please? Whoever wants that.
What is it?
So belt back, so the lapel mic goes here. Acting a user, you got it.
Yep. You'll need someone with a mic.
That's fine too.
Oh, if I move.
Yeah.
You don't want the mic. You're just going to project.
That's right. Just
Okay.
and then you just put that in your pocket.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, okay, we'll get started. Back for round 2 now of the questions to candidates. This time we've got the activities candidates here, quite a few of them. And so we'll get through now. Let me just get the questions up. So, I don't know if you want to do an introduction at all. Here you go. Perfect.
Hi all, hello audience. Welcome to Questions Candidates. How this session will run is that each of our activities candidates has the opportunity, first and foremost, to a quick minute introduction to who they are, give an overview of the sorts of things they're running for. Following the kind of intros, we'll then go into some specific role kind of questions, things that you'll encounter within your role. Following that, we then may be asking some specific manifesto questions, and so be prepared for the sorts of things that you're speaking about in your manifestos. And then following that, we'll then open up to the floor for any questions anyone in here may have. So it's a very kind of free-flowing kind of session. We're on very strict timings, so I'll be at the front kind of telling you when you've got 10 seconds left and when time's up. So just keep an eye on me there. Peter is upstairs, so he'll be hosting the session. Thank you.
Got no questions for the sign. So, right, we'll start. If you can do opening statement, we'll start with you here, Vanda, please.
Do I just go for it?
Just go for it.
It works. So, hi, my name is Vanda, and I am running to be the next activities officer. I'm currently in my final year studying politics with economics. I'm originally from Belarus, but I've lived in England for 15 years. And some of the main things I'll be focusing on in my manifesto include the cost of living, sustainability, cultural diversity, and increasing the recognition of arts within the university.
Hi, I'm Joe, and I'm running to be your next activities officer. I've been a committee member of the Computer Science Society for the last 3 years in various roles, including the chair this year. And we've organised a lot of large-scale events within the uni. And I think that's given me some valuable insights into what works well and not so well within the SU. As your activities officer, I'd aim to improve departmental societies, encourage greater collaboration between student groups. I also plan to establish a clear roadmap towards net zero emissions and to expand committee training processes, emphasising gender, disability and cultural awareness. I'm committed to making positive changes that will benefit everyone and to ensuring that every student feels included. I believe that with your support and ideas, we can make a real difference. So let's work together on that.
So, hey everyone, I've been given 1 minute to summarise my entire campaign, so let's see how that goes. My name is Finley Bertram. I'm running to be your next activities officer. I'm running for this role because I really think that over the past couple of years at this university, I've developed the skills and experience that I need to be a great activities officer. I've been heavily involved with societies and the SU since my very first year here. This involves running a crowdfunding campaign for asylum seekers, organising probably over-ambitious events and socials, and being heavily involved in the student voice process. The main thing that I would like to improve within the SU is communication between the SU and societies. Anyone who's been involved in a society can probably attest to this. Imagine if your activities officer reached out to you to share exciting opportunities for collaboration, for promotion, for opportunities to expand your society and host exciting events. I know for a fact I'll always be here to hear out committee members on societies, and I wish to improve the amazing work the SU is already doing in terms of equality, sustainability and volunteering. That's why I hope I can win your vote.
Hi everyone, my name is David Lamb and I'm running to be your next activities officer like everyone else here. I think life is for living and we shouldn't have to be limited by circumstances out of our control like COVID and the cost of living crisis. Because I'm a final year, this is actually my first proper year of university because I was on placement last year as well, and it was like kind of like half, like COVID and stuff like that. And this year I've been involved with loads of different societies and different things that like I have had the opportunity to be a part of because I'm in uni, like volleyball and abacus, and I've had the opportunity to learn Spanish as well with the university, and I've done this in all less than a year, and like I just want everyone else to have that opportunity to do that as well. And through societies I've met loads of friends, one of which is there right now, and I just think everyone should have that opportunity to like see the world and just be a part of everything. And I think everyone should do that.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jodie. I'm Vice Chair of the Bath University Student Theatre, and I am also running to be your Activities Officer. Student groups can make or break a university experience, which is why if you vote for me, I will ensure that all students are presented with fulfilling opportunities and that the University of Bath is a safe and sustainability conscious place in which to learn. Communication is where all of this begins. We need to ensure that the needs of student groups are listened to and then act on their behalf. We need better support and training for societies that is sustained throughout the academic year. And we need to be vocal about supporting student-led climate campaigns and celebrating the amazing arts and cultural events that are going around on campus. If you agree, vote Jodie for Activities.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your opening statements. Now we'll proceed into the questions. Here we go. So I'll ask a question to all of you, and then we'll go one by one. So one of the biggest challenges for students currently is the increase in cost of living. What do you think the priority of the Students' Union and the university should be to support students? We'll start with you, David.
I think we should be doing more to support students. Specifically in my manifesto, I want to create a new social activities fund that will help people in an income group where they get less help compared to like really lower income groups, to help them pay for some of the costs associated with being in a society, like equipment or like membership fees. And I'll just do that by redistributing unused grant money or surplus budget into this new grant.
Okay, yeah, Joe.
Sorry, one thing I would say is there is already the SU Hardship Access Fund, which somewhat does that. I think it isn't advertised as much as it should be, but it's worth mentioning.
Continue on your point, yeah.
Sure. I completely agree. The SU is currently already doing quite a lot to support this, and like last year, they were able to keep the cost of food down on campus with the £1.50 meals, and I think continuing those efforts would make a big difference, along with other similar efforts.
Okay, thank you. Vanda?
So I definitely agree that we have to continue communicating about all of the support that the all the support that the SU provides for the cost of living crisis. In my manifesto, I proposed an idea to encourage deferred payment plans in societies. So, for example, salsa, dance sock, they all go to competitions, and they have quite accommodation fees, entrance fees to pay, and that could be quite a high sum. And we know that in sports groups, there are some deferred payment plans already in place, so there's something that I would like to put through.
Okay, Finley, please.
So we all know the cost of living. Sorry, we all know the cost of living crisis affects everyone. But I think the SU is such a powerful body that it can lobby the university to. So I was walking around Fresh the other day, and it's so expensive. It's just ridiculous. And the SU does have the power that it can lobby to lower these prices. It can lobby the university to lower rent prices, even if it's not by a lot. That matters over the course of weeks. Something that I've been working with the Amnesty, so I'm the chair of Amnesty Society, something that we've been working with is trying to implement a scheme where students in sports groups can donate their old gear. So it'll be so much cheaper to buy the sports gear that you need when fourth years or people who've given up the sport can push that down. So it's A, sustainable because it's reusing this gear, and B, it'll be so much cheaper for people wanting to get involved in the sport that maybe don't have the funds to do that, so that every little helps.
Okay, Jodie?
We need to make sure that the opportunities on campus are affordable for everyone. And by pushing down membership fees for student groups and also making sure that there are opportunities on campus that aren't necessarily just associated with student groups, but open to everyone and don't cost money or cost as little as possible. That is what is really important so that we can keep providing amazing opportunities and enriching people's lives through those learning experiences. And I think that is a huge part of what university is about, as well as keeping down the sustainable food prices so that people don't have to resort back to going to cheaper fast food places. We need to make sure that climate campaigns are supported like that throughout how we live at university.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the topic of mental health now, and with mental health feeling part of the student community being such a key issue for students, how do you see the role of activities officer supporting students in this area? Can we start with you, Vanda?
So in my manifesto, I believe that there should be a new community created for students who walk or cycle up to campus. I personally cycle up to campus, and I feel like there are so many of us that do, and we exchange, say, hello, well done, you made it up, and then we kind of never see each other again. But it feels like it is a community, it's a family, and even if you walk up, that's you being active, taking time out of your day, away from your studies, and it's a way to keep up with your mental well-being. So I definitely think that as an activities officer, you have access to all the student groups, the societies, and have everyone come together and create this group.
Okay, thank you. Joe, next please, thank you.
Okay, so I think that we already have student leaders in place that are with their students at various events all the time. And this is an initiative that peer mentors are already currently doing, where they're going on mental health first aid training. And if we were to get some of the committee members from various committees on this mental health first aid training courses, they would be able to spot early warning signs of people in crisis and be able to direct them better towards the support that they need. I also think generally from an activities officer point of view, things like, just like a greater sense of community, greater sense of collaboration would kind of contribute to that student experience a lot. So.
Jodie, please.
I think that all committee members should be given the support and inclusivity training so that if any student comes to any of them with an issue, then they are equipped to deal with that. And also, as activities officer, one of my points in my manifesto is that I would like to have office hours where people can drop by, for lecturers, so students can come and talk to the activities officer, and also within societies, if they are struggling with an issue and they don't know who else to come to, then they can ask and can be redirected to the correct support.
Finley, please.
So pretty similar to what you folks were saying. Make sure that all committee members have mandatory mental health first aid training, mandatory mental well-being training. Also, I think a bigger promotion of the amazing resources that the SU and the university already has. So like promotions of Nightline. Nightline is on, it's posted everywhere. People know about it. But I feel like people sometimes don't reach out to it because they don't know not how effective it is, but they don't know how easily accessible it is. So maybe promoting anonymous stories of people who've gone through this, who are willing to share it, saying like, I did this and it benefited me so much, and just promoting the other like mental health services that the university has would really, and as activities officer, you're in a position where you can do that. So I think that would be a really good step.
David, please.
Yeah, very similar to Finn, actually. Great minds clearly think alike. I want to increase like the promotion of well-being activities. So, for example, pets for therapy. Like, I didn't know that was a thing until someone said, "Oh, do you want to walk a dog with me?" I was like, "Wait, what?" So you can walk a dog for mental health purposes, and it's actually so fun. You can just walk a dog around. It's great. I just feel like a lot of people don't know about it. And it's just like, oh, we have well-being activities available, but what are they? Well, where can I do it? I didn't know where it was. I didn't know until someone told me. Like, and it's just, I think we can just do better to say, oh, guys, we've got all this stuff you can do to help you feel better about yourself, and all these things that are available. Like, you should use them, and that's what I think we should focus on improving.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to role-specific questions now. And here's one to start off. The People and Planet University League ranks the University of Bath in 107th place for environmental and ethical performance. Where do you think the university should be doing, what do you think the university should be doing to improve this rating? We'll start with you, Jodie.
The University of Bath needs to vocally back its student-led climate campaigns. They are the ones who know the most about what is going on with the environment and, they are the ones who know most about how to tackle these issues within environmental change within the university and on campus. And we are not listening to them, nor are we advertising their action enough on campus. There have been so many protests in recent years, and we should be helping people get transport to go to them, to show their support. On campus, we need to have more sustainable food. We need to also, as I put in my manifesto, have better recycling facilities and know exactly where they are, because if you can't find them, people end up just throwing things in the wrong bin. And that just becomes an issue over time. And we need to tackle these and go to the people who know most about them. That is where communication comes in.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to you, Finley. Next, please.
So yeah, pretty similar to what Jodie was saying. I think lots of almost all of the climate action that's been done recently, I think Greta Thunberg, 13 years old when she started that, it's been youth-led since the start. And I think that we as young people, technically, we're under 25, we're young people, most of us, we can make such a massive difference. And I think that can be shared with the volunteering opportunities that there are on this campus that lots of people just simply don't know about, like planting trees and things like that are so sustainable and help the environment more than you can think if people just get involved with them. So better promotion of that, it'll benefit the students' skills, and it'll make a massive change to sustainability and environmental friendliness of the university. So I think getting that out there, promoting that, truly promoting that to the people who want to do it and the people who want to build the skills that would be required for doing that is such an important way to gather group support around this such important issue.
Vanda, please.
So I would say exactly the same thing as everyone else has been saying, but I would add to that, because I did a placement with the university, and they are very big on their climate action framework and reaching net zero by 2040. And they promote their initiatives such as VIPs, vertically integrated projects, One Young World. But I think the SU should be, and the university should collaborate together with supporting the climate action groups led by students and not subsidized by the university, because the more people, the better. You have to raise awareness. You're not trying to kind of force an opinion on people, but together work collaboratively, and it should be better.
Thank you. Joe, please.
Yeah, so I mean, the university and the SU jointly declared a climate emergency in, I think, 2019, 2020, and yeah, they outlined the climate action framework principles to get net zero by 2030, but we're like a third of the way there now, and while things have been done, there's still no clear roadmap towards net zero emissions. There's no transparency regarding how we're planning to get there, and I think outlining the individual and specific steps that we're planning to take to get there would make a big difference. I also think running various secondhand sales and swap shops for various things would help increase the sustainability on campus. And I completely agree with everyone else about prioritizing existing climate action groups within the university. And in my manifesto, I talk about forming a sustainability fund to support societies and student-led initiatives that are kind of moving towards this goal.
David, please.
I think students are the core of this university. Obviously, it's an educational institution. I think we should reward them for doing things that helps with sustainability. Like, we should give discounts for food if they bring their own containers, like with Lunchbox, but it's just that's only at Lunchbox when they're clearing out all the food. We should reward that, like with the exchange. Oh, okay, you have a discount if you don't use one of our own, the paper lunchboxes they have. And it's, again, we're a Bath university. We should be at the forefront of innovation, and we should create competitions and incentivize people to come up with new ideas that will help the uni. Get them in a prize draw. Give them a competition. If they win, give them £50, £100, whatever. If it helps the uni, the long-term savings are just much better if we're just carbon neutral, like Joe said.
Okay, thank you all. So of course, the position you're standing for, the activities officer, has a large number of groups, of SU groups under their remit. And engaging with all these groups will be a challenge, of course. How would you go about engaging with such a large number and diverse range of groups? We'll start with you, Finley.
So in my manifesto, I've suggested that at the start of every semester, I'll have a meeting with the committees of all the societies. That will be long. I know there's a lot of them, but I will find the time. And because I think that is such an important thing. If you get societies and committees when they're just at the start, and get them involved, get them engaged, you can make that rapport, you can make that connection, and make sure that all the societies stay so connected to not only the SU, but also themselves, and they stick together, and the committees stay together, and they ensure that they go on and do the amazing things they can with the activities officer's support. And I also think that it's to have a drop-in session, to always be available, to make sure that they know that I'll be the friendly face of the SU when it comes to societies, and that I'm always an email, a Teams call away from anything they need.
Jodie?
Hi. As I've said in my manifesto, I want to introduce office hours because I think that any society member should be able to come and raise any concerns or talk through an event that they want to do and have that support from the activities officer regularly available. Meetings with all of the committee would be very difficult, and a lot of committees who are already very established may just want to pop in occasionally to talk through certain things, and I want to be there when they want that support and when new societies especially need it at the beginning of the year. I also want to ensure that there is sustained training and support sessions throughout the year for committees, because different issues will crop up throughout the year. So you've got to keep supporting them and not just sending them on their way at the beginning and thinking that they know what their plan is for the whole year. We've got to support them throughout the year.
David, please.
I think office hours are already a thing, no? I've seen Victor and I've booked in for his office hours, and we had a nice chat, and he told me some things about being activities officer and what the job was about, and it's already there. You can book. If people need office hours, you can always email, or you can just book onto the system. And again, you should be able to just talk whenever you want. Send an email, and that's great. Communication should be key, and because you're helping to run 123 societies, so there's so many, you will have to find the time But I mean, if they want it, if they don't need it, then there shouldn't be any need that you have to go to these mandatory meetings. Let them run their societies, and if they're in trouble, of course, go see the activities officer. Come see any one of us if we make it out. But that's it really.
Okay, Joe, please.
Yeah, so I mean, as David said, we've already got drop-in sessions, and then I think continuing that and advertising them more, either that or an open calendar so people can come say hi whenever we're like not in meetings. I think also encouraging like the student like committee community to meet up with each other. So like various society leads can come together maybe monthly for like a social where the activities officer would be there, and that would encourage collaboration between societies while also keeping the activities officer in the loop. But yeah.
Okay, and finally Vanda, please.
So picking up on what everyone has said already, I'll just stress more the communication behind the drop-in sessions and ensuring that the activities officer, you don't leave the societies on their own, because you could have drop-in sessions and societies may or may not wish to use that function, but to keep reminding them, showing that you're there, you're always there to support them and not to leave them alone. So for me, it's more the communication of it.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next one. This may be quite a difficult question, be interesting to see. So this year we ran 4 big campus-wide events. We ran the SU Bath World Cup, the Volunteer Week, the Green Week, and Art City. If due to time or capacity constraints you were to cancel one of those events, which one would it be and why? And we'll start with you, David.
What events? The World Cup?
World Cup, Volunteer Week, Green Week, and Art City.
That's a tough one. That's a good job. Perhaps Green Week, you know, because I feel like that's already pushed a lot by the uni. We've got the exchange and we have all these different programs, but I don't think it's that big in terms of what it could be. So it could be a lot bigger. It could be, if it was bigger, I probably wouldn't have cancelled it, but of all of those, I think it's not the least important, but it's the least big event in terms of how involved people are and how just the involvement and like how like received it is by different societies and by the people. I think maybe that's my personal opinion, but I think the other ones are more receptive and people like seem to gather around the other events more.
Right. Okay. Finley, please.
Well, I think if you cancel the varsity, the students would riot, so that's definitely off the table. I think they're all so important in their different ways, but I think something that I would do as activities officer is make volunteering an established part of the culture of the University of Bath, so it doesn't necessarily require 1 week where you fully push it. If it's fully pushed throughout the year, fully by getting the career service behind it, by fully promoting volunteering opportunities and how they can benefit students and how they can benefit the local community and the environment and sustainability, then if that culture is embedded in the University of Bath and the SU's culture, then maybe a volunteering week wouldn't be necessary as such. Still, it's a very important thing. The SU does an amazing job on it. The SU does an amazing job on all four of those things. So I think volunteering week is one that I was rather embed into culture rather than just have 1 week where it's focused on.
Okay, Vanda, please.
So I'll just start off by saying the events I would keep. Definitely the SU World Cup. I think that was a great success, and it brought different groups together, different societies together, and just celebrated the cultural diversity. Second of all, the Arts Festival, also something that should definitely stay. We're trying to increase the recognition of the arts within the university. But I would agree with Finley about the volunteering, because it's something that could be pushed throughout the year. And Green Week, I think, still for me would be more important, and that's when you could have all of the different initiatives in kind of one place. And yeah.
So volunteer weeks out. Right. Okay. Joe, please. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, so I completely agree with Finley that I think actually volunteering and green efforts should be embedded into every aspect of the SU rather than having a specific week for it. But then I still think that those having those times to celebrate it allows people to get more involved in it. So I think it is important. I know there were some challenges with Art City in terms of how some student groups kind of interfaced with it and that kind of thing. And I think it is very good and it is important to support the arts. I think the way that it has been done through Art City isn't necessarily the correct way, and there might be better ways to support arts groups. So that would probably be the one I would cut. Because I also think that the World Cup was a really good event this year and did bring a lot of groups together. So.
Right, okay, and Jodie, finally.
I think everyone's had good points, but I have to agree with Joe, because even speaking from someone from an arts background, Art City, in the form that it was in this year, really struggled to get the participation, because so much is going on across campus all the time with the arts, and we just don't advertise it enough. What we should be doing is celebrating all of the events that are going on throughout the year within the arts, and I don't think that Art City adds as much as maybe the other events do to the culture of the university. What we should be doing is advertising what we already do. There have been so many cultural and arts events recently, and I just haven't seen enough advertisement behind it. We really need to get on that, and I'm not sure that Art City is necessarily the right way to do that, so I would cut Art City.
Just a very brief point.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick one. I completely agree with that. I just wanted to throw my full support behind that, because I think it's not. I have that in my manifesto as well. We don't advertise arts groups enough. We don't advertise the big events that they run all the time enough. And now that we have the access to the Edge as well, we should be improving the Edge, and we should be advertising that a lot more as the SU.
Okay, thank you all. So now we'll talk a bit more manifesto-wise. Inclusivity is an area that all of you have touched upon in some way within your manifestos. So what would be your priority in improving inclusivity in societies and volunteering? Finley, if you can start, please.
I think to improve on inclusivity and diversity in terms of societies and volunteering, I think sometimes it can just be seen as so tokenistic. Not specifically at this university, but in all areas of society and the media. The diversity and inclusion and inclusivity can be seen as tokenistic, as just ticking boxes. I would ensure that that is not the case. I would work with the societies of the marginalised groups. I'd work with Race and Equality Society, ACS, LGBT Society, to ensure that what they want their views and how they think it should be best run is heavily, heavily incorporated into everything the SU does, to ensure that it's not just, oh, we need to do this, oh, we need to do this, to ensure that it is direct and personal action based on the views and opinions of the societies, of the people who were represented.
Okay, Vanda, please.
So similarly to Finley, for me it would be running consultation groups, so having the correct experts on the panel, people from the right societies, and just to work together and speak out through the issues with the people, because we may assume inclusivity, diversity issues, but we would want to hear it from people and speak to them and hear their opinions, rather than assuming.
Okay, Joe, please.
Sure, yeah. So I think improving committee training to include gender, disability and cultural awareness training, there's basically none of that, even within the welfare and inclusivity training that currently exists, and it really needs to exist. And we should definitely work with our incredible inclusivity and diversity groups on that, because they, as you say, they're the ones who know what they're talking about, and they're the ones we should be taking the lead from, as well as the existing diversity and inclusivity teams we have within both the SU and the university. I think also as like a specific thing we could change, the events list on the SU page could be included to have various accessibility symbols next to different events, and the event planner system should include things like, is there step-free access, and how long would you have to walk for the event, and that kind of thing, to support people with mobility issues and that kind of thing.
Okay, David, please.
Yeah, I just think we should just take the time to listen to what like these ethnic minority groups have to say, like Abacus, ACS, Taiwanese, just all of them. Like, I want to know what they want, because I've spoken to so many of them. They've said, we just don't feel that represented, we don't feel heard, all these different things. I'm just like, it's so sad that you guys don't feel that, like, you just don't feel heard like everyone else. And like, I am an ethnic minority, in case anyone hadn't noticed. But I will take the time. I understand like not being heard and just being a bit like pushed to the side, and like Anthony said, like it's just you're being ticked like a box, and it's just like I don't want to be a box. I want to be my own person, and we all want to be heard and felt and treated the same. And I think this culture festival that I want to host, I think that will be a great way to showcase what we have to offer at Bath, and we can include everyone, and everyone can have a look at what different cultures bring to Bath and what makes us a really good community here, a really warm and welcoming place.
Okay, Jodie, please.
I think this is why we need to improve our committee training and make sure it lasts throughout the year, because even committees change throughout the year, and making sure that everything is working still and taking the lead from groups who are marginalized, and letting the groups and communities within the SU take control of that committee training in a lot of ways, making sure it represents them. Also, with celebrating the arts and cultural festivals, and making those the cultural festivals and making those part of the community of Bath as a whole, celebrating those and supporting them, and making sure these events where cultures and diversity are celebrated are really ingrained in the culture of Bath.
Okay, thank you all. Some very interesting answers there. So now we've moved on to the part where we will ask and take questions from the audience. So let's see some hands in the air with some questions, please. We have a microphone that we will bring around. Anybody have any questions? User.
Thank you. So a lot of you spoke about how you wanted to integrate volunteering and such. I'd like to know a little bit more about how exactly you plan to integrate volunteering and how to actually embed it within the kind of culture of the SU. Like, what opportunities will be available? How would students not just be able to apply for them, but actually be notified about them? Because there's a lot of opportunities going right now that students may not necessarily know about. So I'd like to know how you tackle that.
Who wants to start? Okay, Joe.
Yeah, so I think the main thing is really a lot of volunteering initiatives already exist within the SU, but like you say, people don't know about them. So I think the main thing would be to increase the visibility of that, work with Raise and Give, RAG, improve links with local charities outside of the university as well. But yeah, it's mostly advertising, I think, more than anything else, as well as getting like other societies. Like, for example, we've just been reached out, Computer Science Society has just been reached out to support a new volunteering initiative, and we're going to work with them and kind of get computer scientists to help make websites for charities and that kind of thing. So it's like using the skills within our university to support these groups, I think would really help.
Okay, Finley? Yeah.
I think as well as advertising it more, because obviously we need to get the volunteering, like you said, the SU has such amazing volunteering opportunities, it's just knowing about them. But as well as that, I think we can, if I was activities officer, I'd try my best to do a bit of a reshuffle of how the volunteering whole system works. I'd much more, so one of my main manifesto points is much more trying to integrate the personal development and careers with volunteering. Change the volunteering page so that people can search for, I want to work on this skill, what volunteering opportunities are there for me to develop this skill? That'll get more people volunteering, that'll get more people, more students working on their personal development, on their areas of improvement. It just seems like a win-win situation. I'd also, as activities officer, work really closely with the societies, and if any societies had any opportunities coming up where people had a chance to volunteer, let them put that out there. Let them broadcast to the whole student community. We have this volunteering opportunity. It'll build this and this skill. You'll be working with this and this people. It'll go on for this and this time. And I think that'll just get the volunteering far more integrated across the whole university, and it'll also build on student development and student employability at the end of their careers, at the end of their university careers.
Okay. Who? David? Yeah.
Yeah, just building on Finley said, it's just like, you've got to make sure like volunteering, like even though it's like you're not paid or it's not like official like professional placement, like it should still be recognized on like, I don't know, like LinkedIn or like on your CV. Like it's you're still working, you're contributing to society, and I think that's really important that we should and get the recognition for the work that we do and the effort that you put in for the community.
Jodie, go on.
So I think there are lots of events going on campus, and collaborating with societies and volunteering charities in order to get the word out through these events are a great way to spread word across campus. So for instance, with the Theatre Society, we raise money for the Little Princess Trust with our Christmas show. We often raise money for Stonewall and many other charities. But I think that the collaboration between societies and what charities we volunteer for and what charities we support can be advertised more widely across campus and get more of a buzz around volunteering and supporting these charity groups.
Okay, Vanda, yeah.
With what Finley and Jodie have been saying, this is basically, I think there should be a networking event for all volunteering groups and societies and external parties, charities. Kind of have an event when everyone is in one place, in the same room, and see what can be done together and plan for the future and for the kind of upcoming semester or the academic year.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? This one here, please. Yes.
Right, so thank you very much for your answers. They've been great so far. However, the things we have heard have been a lot from the perspective of the students who are part of these societies and taking part of these activities. I would like to hear a bit, seeing how much issues they face. What would you do for an example, for the committees that are running these societies, people in charge of that, and the issues they are facing?
Who wants to? David, okay.
So, I forgot the question was now. So, to benefit the committees, similar to what I was saying earlier, I'd make sure that communication between the SU and the activities officer and the committees was so clear. I'd make sure that all committees and all societies knew that I was always there for them, an email away, a Teams call away, I'd always be there. I really like the idea of the open calendar. I thought that was a really good idea, so people know when I'm available. And I think reaching out, so I know there was a bit of pushback on the idea earlier that I'd contact every society. I know there's a lot of them, but just have the option there to say at the start of each semester, do you want to have a meeting? Are you fine? Do you want to get on with it? Sorted. If you do want to have a meeting, here I am. And that'll really encourage people to stay in contact with the SU. So I can suggest society collaboration, so I can suggest events, shared socials, suggest group chats that they can make for the chairs of each society and the committees of each society, so they can, instead of always relying on the SU and the activities officer, they can possibly rely on each other. This year I made a group chat for the chairs and the committee members of all the activism societies, so People and Planet, Amnesty, Feminism, Gender Equality, that kind of thing. And that has been so beneficial in promoting events, in promoting ideas, in offering up help without having to go to the SU unless there's like a serious problem. And I think that's been so useful. So I think just the communication and the collaboration between the society committees and the SU is such an important way that you can benefit these committees.
Okay, can I just reiterate brief answers, please, so we can fit as many questions in as we can. Okay, David, go on.
Could you expand on what type of problems you think they're facing? Is there anything in particular, or? It's back.
So I think it's generally viewed a lot in terms of our society as a whole, but the committee members, the amount of time they dedicate to these societies often eats into their personal lives, and I don't think they're really supported in that. And the role of a committee officer is growing and growing every year as we kind of give them more training, perhaps, but actually their responsibilities grow beyond that. So, yeah, I guess in their personal lives, and not just training, but how do they implement it? How do they find the time?
It's just, I think it's one of those things where, like, if you're busy and you found the time to pick this role, and you know the responsibility you're going to take up, great. Like I mean, you're going to have to find time to do it, because let's say, for example, you're chair, you've got to be in contact with the activities officer, you've got to be in contact with other committees, trying to do like collaborations and different events, and you've got to run like big societies sometimes. And I just, like, you can, perhaps if we can do that, we can do like a networking event with different societies, and they can just give advice to each other, just help each other out. And that's really important. And again, like, getting recognition for your role as, for example, chair or social sec for a certain society, I think that would go a long way, and it would make it maybe worth it a bit more. I think that maybe that's what you're asking, is like, oh, like, is it worth my time to be doing all these things when all I'm getting is just, I was chair? Yeah, is that somewhere along your lines you're looking? Yeah.
Joe?
Yeah, so I've already touched on kind of expanding committee training to support committees. I think we also lose, speaking from personal experience, we lose a lot of time to just admin that is much more complicated than it needs to be. So one thing in my manifesto is centralizing essential information for running societies into like a wiki that's actually searchable, rather than right now all across the SU site there's various forms that we need to fill out and get signed and send off, and it can be a struggle, and it wastes a lot of time, I think, on both sides. Improving handover processes, I think, would also help. Streamlining the event planner process for events that are regularly running, and then weekly drop-in sessions with activities officers, which, as we've already touched on, and potentially some access to well-being appointments. We could maybe talk with the university regarding well-being appointments for committee members if they would need them. But that's, I have a lot of stuff on that on my manifesto, because it's something that I've fought against for the last few years. So.
Okay. Jodie, yes.
I think a lot of this comes down to making sure that candidates know exactly what their role entails, because sometimes you might go for a role, or you might start up a society and not necessarily know exactly what you are supposed to be doing in that role. So having access to training and committee procedures beforehand, and that will also help members, because then they will know exactly what their committee members should be doing, and be able to talk to them about what is going on within their society, if everybody knows what is going on and what should be achieved. And I think if people have that, then they will be able to plan whether they can take on that responsibility or not before they get themselves into a point where they are really struggling. So that's my preventative measure. But if we're already struggling, making sure there is communication about how to get support. And this is why I know there are drop-in sessions, but really telling societies when they are happening, when you can come and get support, and being there as a face that people can always come to and be redirected to wherever they need to go for support.
Vanda, okay.
Well, yeah, well-being is very important for committee members, and making sure to stress the importance of mental well-being. As Jodie said, ensuring that they understand what the role of a committee member is as a preventative measure, and ensuring to communicate that there is support, maybe come up with other ways that we could support committee members, because sometimes life happens and they can get overwhelmed, and just to make sure there's this last minute way of supporting.
we'll take one more question. Victor?
Thank you. I wanted to give, having done this now for 8 months now, this job, I wanted to give another situation which is very likely to arrive. Now we're in semester 2, and there are still a lot of treasurers and chairs who have not done their mandatory training. If this were the case next year, what would you do in this situation, and would you remove them from their position?
Who wants to? David, go on.
Make sure they do it from the start. We can do it during Freshers Week, or maybe like the week before when people are usually back. Just make sure they get the training that they said they would get, and well, if they need it, right, they should have to do it in order to run the societies how they should be run and how they the best they can. Really, they shouldn't have to wait or delay training for 8 months. In terms of how. If they should be kicked out, I don't know about that one. But if they're doing a good job, and if you just push them to do their training, I think that would be good enough.
We can send out 5 emails to each one, and they still have not done it. What would you do in that situation?
If they don't reply, I think you need to have a word with them. To be honest, find them, just have a chat and say, like, listen here, like I've given you fair warning. What are you going to do about it? Message the chairs, message the societies, and just be like, listen, you're a treasurer, or you have not been doing this, I will remove you then. If you have continued to ignore my emails. I get that there is life and people have studies, because we're at uni, right? But if they just continue to ignore it, I mean, that's their own fault, and they probably should be removed and get a new one in.
Finley, go on. Very brief, please.
I'll be quick, don't worry. I'd say give them an ultimatum. I'd say you need to do it by this date. They know what they signed up for when they became treasurer, when they became chair. They knew they had to do this training. They knew it's such an important thing, dealing with money and all that. So if they don't do it, you need to do it by this date, otherwise you're off the committee. The SU can forcibly remove someone from the committee. Sorry, not to sound ruthless, but I think it's such an important thing that it needs to be dealt with effectively and efficiently. And yeah.
Jody, go on.
I would agree with Finley in the sense that you have to give people a deadline. Give them fair warning. You can keep emailing them, but eventually there has to be a deadline, and if it isn't done by that day, elections have to reopen for that role. They may then be able to stand again, but only if they do that training, because it is crucial, and there have been issues within societies. Having been a society member and committee member, we have to ensure that societies have the training. It's so important, and I think emphasizing the importance of this training is a huge part of what the activity officer needs to do next year.
Okay, Vanda?
I would just go for the preventative measure of, right at the beginning of committee elections, stress the importance of it, and if it does come to the re-election, again, stress the importance of the training, say that it's pretty important, and the repercussions if you don't do the training.
Joe? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said. I think it is essential training, especially when you're running a society. You have to handle a lot of money in many cases, especially as the chair and treasurer. So yeah, fair warning, contact other people on the committee potentially in order to try and get in touch with the people who aren't going to trainings. But eventually you'd have to make a decision on whether or not you're actually going to allow them to continue as the chair or treasurer.
Okay, thank you. That's all we've got time for questions. We'll move on to the last question we have for you, an interesting one. Extremely brief answers, please. As concise as you can make it. If you could change one thing at the university and you have unlimited resources and no barriers, what is the one thing you would do and why? Go.
For me, it would definitely be properly embedding sustainability and volunteering into, well, sustainability first and then volunteering into the SU. Currently, it's within the activities role, which I think is a little bit strange for it to just be kind of siloed into one section. I think either having potentially a sustainability officer or having it be a part of every role within the SU would be a big step towards that, because green issues are important to all of us, and if we're actually going to meet any sorts of net zero targets, I think we need to start taking it more seriously.
Okay. Jodie?
If I had unlimited resources?
Yes.
Okay, well then, of course, I would try and make the campus as, I would make the campus carbon neutral if I could, with unlimited resources. We could put in solar panels and plant more trees, work with sustainability groups and give donations to green charities. I will really push for that and just make the opportunities for campus affordable for people by making it free. If I had unlimited resources, I would absolutely do that. So yeah, that's my answer. If I have to be quick.
Okay. David, please.
It's a very wide question, isn't it? You can just do anything. I think cost of living is something we've definitely got to target. If I had anything, I would hand out grants to people, well, more than we already have, just to really help support people in this time of need right now. I mean, we've been stiffed by COVID, and now we've got cost of living limiting what we can do. Because I mean, people got to save money, right? But I mean, I want to make sure everyone can do what they want to do, and we got to help with all this like carbon neutrality and stuff, and all sustainability. But like students are struggling right now, and I think they need help financially to just live. And I think that's where I should focus the attention.
Okay, thank you. Vanda, please.
So I would merge these sustainability and cost of living, give out grants, communicate this in ways which students can be more sustainable in their ways of living. So yeah.
Right, okay. Finley?
I think these are all absolutely amazing points. You don't want to hear me say the exact same thing as what's been said. So I would, I think, to be a little bit different, I would make societies social again. I'd increase the level of collaboration between societies. I'd make sure that the campus was a place where anyone could do anything they wanted to do. Plan an event, go for it. Do a social, go for it. Have it on the lake, go for it. If I had unlimited resources. But yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now if we can have a closing statement from each of you. We'll start with you, Jodie, and we'll work our way down the table.
Firstly, I want to say thank you to everyone for taking time out of their days to listen. If you vote for me as your activities officer, I will pledge to better communication between student groups and further the SU's efforts towards carbon neutrality. I will back student-led climate campaigns and ensure that the SU provides support for committees during elections, handover, and throughout the academic year. I will encourage and organize collaborative fundraising events between the arts groups and charities, and I will be here as a face on campus and with drop-in sessions that people can come to if they need support. If you have any more questions, you can message me on Instagram, find me on the parade, or read my manifesto on the SU website.
I think now is the time to maximize our opportunities that we have to thrive. I just want everyone to feel the same way I feel about this community that we have, this warm and welcoming place that we are all a part of, and a place where there's something for everyone, whether it's like drinking and clubbing, art frames, board games, books, or sports. Like, I want you to live the life that you envision here. And I really, really hope that I've shown you why I'm an ideal person for this job. And just please remember to vote tomorrow, even if it's not for me, and for any one of the candidates here. I think they'd be great. Please remember to vote, and just have a nice day.
Yeah, so pretty much to follow what Dan said, I'm running against some extremely strong candidates here. Like, some of these answers have been absolutely amazing and have made my brain go, what? So I just want you to utilize this democratic right you have to vote, make sure everybody votes. Voting opens at 9 a.m. tomorrow. However, I think I have the commitment to be a good, I forgot this was about me. I think that I have the commitment and the dedication to be a great activities officer, but whoever you vote for, I'm sure they'll do an absolutely amazing job. But personally, I would ensure diversity and inclusion is at the heart of all the SU decisions. I back students as much as possible to do any event they set their mind to. I think I'm approachable, friendly, somewhat competent, I hope. So if that sounds good to you, vote Finley for activities.
I'm really glad we've been able to have such a kind of good discussion around all of these points. I'm committed to making positive changes that will benefit everyone and ensuring that every student feels included. I'll be on the parade. You can message me on Instagram, you can send me an email. I'd love to hear your ideas and your thoughts. Thanks.
Well, I'm going last, and again, shadowing what everyone has said. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for your time. And please reach out if you have any questions. We'll be honoured to have a conversation with you about any opinions that you may have about my manifesto. And please reach out on Instagram or see me on the parade.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So we're finished here. Thanks for coming to see them all. We're going to have about a short 10-minute break or so now. And then we'll get on with the sports officers. So thank you all for coming. if Ryan, where's Ryan? Oh, okay. All right, welcome. We're doing the sports officers now. We're going to hear what they have to say. Two of you, very nice, it's okay, very nice to handle. So if we can start with an opening statement from each of you, please. Abby, if you want to go first.
Hi guys, my name is Abby. I'm a final year health and exercise science student. I'm running for your SU sport candidate role. I'm currently the women's coordinator for rugby union, so this means that I already have an insight as to what the sport officer role will entail. I've been working really closely with Elizabeth, Stacey and Bucks coordinators this year to make sure that our team has a really successful season. So far we've just won the league, we're undefeated, and we're into the playoffs, so I think that represents efforts from not only myself but also the committee and the team as to what we managed to accomplish this year. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to answering some of your questions today, and for you guys to know more about my manifesto in a bit more detail, and maybe some things that I haven't included in my manifesto as well that you'd like to know that I've got planned ahead.
Hello everyone, my name's Ben. I am currently the chairman of the University of Bath Hockey Club. I'm a fourth year student on sport management and coaching, and I completed a placement last year. My four main aims, as you may have seen on my Instagram or in my manifesto or my candidate profile, I'm big on the facility use at the moment. We are currently in the stage of progressing on our 3G pitch in the Sulis Club development, which is massive. I think there's around 7 sports that use that at Sulis at the moment. Another big thing with hockey this year is we've hit our membership target and gone over it by quite a way by keeping our recreational sites much bigger than normal. And that is massive about the opportunities outside of Bucks. We've been sending our recreational teams away, home, Bristol, Cardiff, Swansea, and they've really enjoyed that year this year. And I think by doing this within hockey, I would be able to potentially do it outside, and I would really push for that. And just alongside this, it's just the longevity of clubs and their success. This year coming in, I didn't know a lot, and I've learned a lot, and I feel like a lot more people need to have that extra backup as they come into their roles.
Thank you very much, both. So we're getting into some questions now. We've been asking these specific questions to all candidates today. So I'll start. One of the biggest challenges for students currently is the increase in cost of living. What do you think would be the priority of the SU and the university should be to support these students? Ben, if you'd like to start.
So at the moment, as we know, it is a massive issue, and I feel like in sport, obviously I'm going to talk about hockey a little bit because it's where I am, but I feel like our membership cost is only £10. For a student cost living crisis, for what you receive for that isn't a lot. It's more so thinking about the people that provide for the sport. So we have 9 volunteer coaches who completely give up their time 2 to 3 hours a week, just doing everything they can for their specific team. So our Bucks teams, they pay £70, and that is such a minimal amount of the cost which the university pay for our students to have this time on their Wednesdays. But like I think we said earlier, the deferred payment plans, we just had our end of season come out, and I'm sure obviously other big clubs like you said will also have these coming out. Students at the moment, they don't want to cover £40, £50 to get a 2-3 course meal in town. They need to have these payment plans spread out because they can't afford it on top of rent and bills. My rent and bills have gone up this whole year, and I feel I speak to many is that we can't afford it. We need to be supported more.
One massive thing from me that I think is going to help not only with students in their individual cost of living, but also the costs for sports teams is sponsorship. So I'd like to run courses on how teams can find sponsorships from the wider community or Bath-based communities. I'd also like to, as SU Sport Officer, reach out to sponsors themselves and give them sponsorship packages and sponsorship deals that they can sponsor individual athletes or individual teams. This is going to really take away some of the costs, as Ben mentioned, like Bucks fees being £70, membership fees, kit. Like some people want to be in the Sturridge kit, the blue and gold kit, and that is so expensive. And I think introducing these sponsorships is really going to take away that cost for quite a lot of the students.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move on to mental health now, regarding mental health. I've just heard apparently that, Ben, your mic's not working, Chris. Can you hear it all okay? Charles, is that coming through? Can you just do a test briefly?
Test.
Oh, wait. Someone's telling Helen. Right, okay, well, we'll carry on with the question. So mental health and feeling part of the student community is a key issue for students. how do you see the roles of sport officer supporting students in these roles? Abby, if you'd like to start.
So obviously sport is a massive vice for mental health. I know with a lot of people that partake in my sport, rugby, they joined to use exercise and teamwork as an outlet, as something that they can use to better their mental health, gain new friendships, meet new people. I say, as a women's coordinator in my role, I allocated a welfare officer, in fact that we have them in the audience now, and they've done great in terms of helping our students with our teammates with the issues that they are facing, whether that is rugby related or whether that's university related. And so I think taking on that from what I've done as women's coordinator and moving it through to SU officer, I'd like to really push for having welfare officers in every single sport, and them knowing what's the right thing to do when a student comes to them for that support. I also want to push that, is that time?
Ben?
I think Ali pretty much covered a lot of it perfectly, to be honest. The main thing to me is sport, which would be that the welfare and inclusivity of each sport is still divided by the sport that they're in. There isn't a big coming together and congregation of all of these dealing with issues together and covering potential trainings that may offer more for every sport together. I feel like this wouldn't be a big change, and going to question about why we do is that essentially that implement a monthly meeting which is compulsory, because it's only going to be around an hour at a time. We aren't asked as a committee to go to too many meetings. I think I've had a couple of catch-ups with Elizabeth and I've booked extra sessions, but as a committee as a whole, there can be more opportunities, and through the use of National Sports, it could be implemented very easily.
Okay, thank you both. So we'll go on up. Can you, Ben, when you talk, can you hold it just directly facing you? Which is, so regarding your role now, Bucks budgets aren't going up and there is a continuous demand for more teams to be entered into Bucks. What would be your approach towards removing and or entering teams? Ben, if you can start please.
I think entering teams is always going to be an issue. I think such a large club as hockey, we are always worried because we know that some teams aren't as fortunate as us. With removing them, it really needs to be a sit down with the club, the committee, going through things like, did they play RSB games? Did they feel their strongest team possible then? And did they know this at the start of the year? When we came into the role, Joe Dix made it very clear to us as a club that RSB games are massive and it causes problems for university across. So at Bath, we don't focus on Bucks points, but that's not a massive selling point for us. But just being able to just field these teams, and if teams aren't, that's when we can remove them, because it can come to these chats, you can have chats to the committee, the club, and if they're not putting the effort like others, then people do deserve more of a chance, especially with growing sports across the university.
Abby, please.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Ben said then. I think one thing that I would look at would be a ratio of members to club. In particular, if one club has got an overfilling number of members to squad size that they would put into Bucks team, then we would look at adding in a second team into that, because they've got those members and they can prove for those members that have paid their fees, that are attending the training sessions, that are wanting to do these fixtures. I think that's when we would look into putting in teams into Bucks, and when you put those teams into Bucks, that's when they're going to give back to the university, because they're going to win those fixtures, they're going to produce publicity for the university. In regards to removing teams, I think you go for the reverse. You have a look at maybe a team's not fulfilling the number of members to a squad, so they're not regularly meeting team requirements on the days, and like not as many people are showing up to fixtures and training, and I think that's when you need to have a look and say maybe Bucks isn't for you, and we'll look at more of the recreational side of things.
Okay, I'm going to ask, sorry, there's been a technical problem here. Are you able to share mics, or do we swap out with another? Ben is really quiet for some reason. Yes, Ben's really quiet, yours is fine.
Oh, so you use this one? Okay.
So I've got another one. I should check this other one now. Charles might have another one. Yeah, Chris, is that okay?
Test.
Charles?
Go on. Test. Yeah.
We'll try this way. Okay, so fantastic answers both of you. So we'll move on to Another one now. Transgender sport is a topical area within university sport at the moment. How would you aim to facilitate transgender sport at Bath?
First of all, I'd like to say that I think sport should be for everybody, and I don't think there should be any barriers to exclusion, no matter your gender, race, sexuality, ethnicity. I think this is a big topic in rugby at the moment, talking about whether transgender people should be able to play. I think that Bucks don't allow you to play rugby if you are taking hormones. And I don't agree with this policy, and I'd like to stand up and I'd like to say that I think that transgender people should be able to play sport, and I think they should be able to play rugby. I think obviously as a SU officer, I'm not going to be able to be that person in Bucks that allows this to happen, but I think having a look at ways that transgender people can be involved within sport at the university, if guidelines say that they can't, would be implementing teams that are inclusive for also mixed recreational teams where everybody can come play and they can enjoy that sport and they can use it for mental health and other things such as that.
Okay, Ben?
I think Abby's completely right there. A big thing for me is Bucks do have big limiting factors on this, and it realistically isn't okay. I think transgender people should be more than entitled to play sport just as I am, just as Abby is. There shouldn't be any barriers between that. And I feel like as a sport officer, you can go to all of these Bucks events and stuff, and you can say as much as you can, but it doesn't take one person, it takes a movement, and that takes time. So it's more of a thing of neither me nor Abby would be able to change this instantly, and I think everyone needs to understand that. But it's just trying to set the foundations so this could change. And especially using things like Bath Active, recreational sport, just getting that inclusion level up, just having options out there, just going out, giving each other time, giving the opportunities, it would really change university sport.
Very good. As sport officer, you will be working with lots of committees led by our students. How will you ensure you are hearing all of the voices equally? Ben, if you'd like to start.
I think, like, obviously you're correct, we have so many sports here, but I think that is one of the biggest selling points in Bath. We're such an academic university that the students that come here, they're not purely athletes a lot of the time. We have great student athletes, and I think the university does well to very much balance that. And talking of trying to balance, like trying to get to all of these sports, I think it is just having good office hours. If you're flexible and you communicate well, then there shouldn't be an issue. Elizabeth did it quite well this year, and I think if you set out from the start what you're aiming to do very clearly, saying out when you're going to be available and when you're not making any false promises. And I feel like that is the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think one thing for me is having an open calendar that all sports and committees can see my calendar and my time, so that they can have a look at times that maybe I'm in a meeting, so I'm not be able to catch up with them, but then at a space that I'm free, that they're very welcome to come into my office hours and speak to me. They're welcome to drop me an email, have a Teams meeting, etc. I think, just making myself as available as possible, and also scheduling in meetings in advance. So at the beginning of each month, dropping committees a message and saying, this is when I'm available. If you have any issues you want to raise with me, or if you want to just genuinely have a catch up and have some ideas for me to implement or something like that, then please drop me an email and I will book this in with you time in advance. I will hold my hands up and I'll say that I'm not best with remembering things. So I think having the open calendar, letting people know that I'm available like time in advance would be really useful for myself as well as committees.
Okay, thank you very much. So specific to manifestos now, you both talked about increasing events and increasing student engagement in supporting events. How would you get more students attending events? Abby?
I spoke about this in my manifesto about double headers. So I think a massive way to widen engagement is showcasing more than one team at a time. So for example, this could be a men's side and a women's side within like a time frame. So like men go first at like on pitch one and then women are presented immediately after. Or if not, that's not the case, and it's a mixed team, maybe ones teams and twos teams have their double header event. And I think this is like showcasing all levels of sport, all types of sport. Another thing for me would be creating more events for teams to attend, such as rugby at the Rec. I think that was fantastic, and I've already spoken with captain of rugby on how this can be done better next year, but making more events like that for other sports that's not just rugby, using facilities that aren't necessarily just on campus and outside, like the Rec, that other teams can go, and there can be crowds and there can be people that want to engage and want to partake in that sport.
Okay. Ben?
I do completely understand and hear what Abby's saying. However, things like double headers, they are tough, and I think we have Sam in the room today with us. I think he'd understand that Bucks fixtures, they're given to us and we have to take them as they come. So from my point of view, things like rugby at the Rec, I don't think there's been much information about accessibility on the tickets. So a lot of students are somewhat afraid to buy a ticket. Obviously they are for free, but you still need to obtain one just to go, because there isn't that information given. So simple things like that could really increase the participation to these large events. And then I completely agree with Abby in terms of rugby at the Rec is a great opportunity to kind of grow into other sports. Lots of teams have one or 2 days a year where they do have a lot of home fixtures, and we could really capitalise on that. Not trying to profit off it, but just really bringing people to see, okay, there's a massive cricket day down at Bath CCU at their clubhouse. There's a big football occasion over on St John's. We could really utilise the whole day just for specific sports, not just rugby at the Rec.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I appreciate what you said about the Bucks fixtures and how they can't be changed. So I don't think necessarily Bucks fixtures would be a good thing to showcase for the double headers. I spoke a lot in my manifesto about charity events, because that's something that I feel really strong for. So events that a team would be showcasing and fundraising for a charity, I think that's the kind of time that when you're going to implement things such as double headers and things like such as varsity and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you. Just make a note that we're actually ahead of time, so we're fine for time. Okay, I'll move on to another manifesto point. You've both made a commitment to inclusivity. What, in your opinion, is the priority area that needs to be tackled, and how would you go about it? Ben, can you start with this, please?
I feel like we kind of covered it a little bit beforehand with the transgender question. I feel like simply widening materials, not just for training, but for knowledge growth between students. I feel like a lot of people come to university, especially first year students, they're 18, there's a lot of things which they may not have experienced in the world, and obviously the world is developing. University, we are unique, but we are also together, and I feel like some people need to learn that we are a family, and that specifically within sport, you grow within that family for your 3, 4, 5 years here. So I feel like widening materials not just for training, but for understanding and knowledge growth as well.
Okay.
So one thing mentioned in my manifesto is inclusivity was an example from the Women/Women X sessions held in Gym 2. I'm a personal trainer at Team Bath Gym. This is something that I collaborated with a few of the other personal trainers. I run workshops there, and I am often a staff member in that space. If people don't know what that is, it's 2 hours in Gym 2 where Women/Women X can go and feel safe and free in that environment. That's something that I'm highlighting because it's I'm shown that I can create something like that, and I'd like to create further things like that. So if you're a group that feels like you need to be represented, that feels like you need a safe space, you need something for you, then I would like to implement something like that. I'd also like to talk about how I'd like to reduce the gap between non-performance and performance squads. I think that's massive in inclusivity, because it's making sure that those that are non-performance are included. And by doing this, I want to implement things such as sponsorship, was what I spoke about earlier, volunteering work from students at the university, and forgot my third point. I'm going to talk about the volunteer stuff right now. So basically, a big thing I think from what we need is a volunteer hub. So we have people at the university who want to volunteer to improve their skills from their course, whether this be coaching, physio, media, finance, and you volunteer to help out a squad. This is going to really help those in non-performance who need people like coaches, who need strength and conditioning, who need media, and that's going to bring them up to the same level as performance. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So now I'll open it up to the audience for any questions, and we'll have a microphone that will go around. Do I have any questions? Yes, Victor. Just wait a moment. Okay.
So being part of a sports club for 5 years now, I definitely see that there is a big gap between performance and non-performance sports. Abby, you just mentioned that, but what are your plans to tackling this gap between the non-performance and performance sports?
So yeah, just as I mentioned, sponsorship, because I didn't really touch upon that. I think that's a big thing to get the non-performance the funding that they aren't given by universities. So providing workshops, providing sponsors directly for those non-performance squads so that they can have more funding from the university, and that way they can get access to a physio, they can get access to a strength and conditioning coach. Furthermore, as a personal trainer at the University of Bath, when I'm on shift, and my other colleagues will say this as well, we do 30-minute fast classes in TRX and RIG. This is on shift, this is not paid for us, this is like what we have to do. And I'd like, as the sport officer, to talk to Sam and Greg, who run the gym, and I'd like to implement 30-minute squad sessions that the personal trainers will run. So the squads can book out that session, and then they can come and they can do a spin class, they can do a HIIT class, they can do a kettlebell class. And I think this then provides them with strength and conditioning coaching that performance squads get access to in jumps and throws or in gym 2. And from a rugby perspective, I think this has been something that as a team we've really lacked this season, and we would improve and we would have less injuries if we had strength and conditioning coaching. And I think a lot of non-performance people and athletes and squads feel this too. They aren't able to perform to the best of their sport because they get injured, because they don't have a physio to go to, because they don't have strength and conditioning training outside of their matches in order to prevent that kind of injury. So yeah, that's a massive thing for me, and I think that's probably the biggest point in my manifesto, having experienced it firsthand.
Obviously aimed at Abby, but I can also answer. I think for me, I haven't as much focused on the gap between performance and non-performance, just purely because yes, there's sponsorship availabilities there, but they are very tough to come by. And I feel like from a student-led club, it is a real big area which they may try to target, but it's actually not that successful in. And I think the money behind performance is so substantial that trying to bridge that gap is going to take a long time and may not be possible. I completely understand where you're trying to go with it. However, I don't think I'd focus on that, because I'd just focus on making the non-performance just better in general. I wouldn't try to compare the two, because some people are here, like think of our swimmers, some people are here to be a performance athlete, and I feel like we can't just tunnel vision into trying to make the whole thing very similar.
I'd just like to discuss on that. I don't want to take away the fact that those performance athletes are there. They are amazing at their sport, and there's a reason why they are labelled as performance. And this isn't merely about making them the same. I still like to keep the highlight on the fact that they are good at their sport and they are performance, but it's giving those that are in non-performance and those that are in recreational a safer chance at their sport, and equal chance at their sport. You know, for example, with the women's rugby team this season, I've had to advocate to get us a pitch with rugby posts on it, which is ridiculous because we're a rugby team, you know, and I managed to get us a pitch on a Friday morning where we've got posts that we can actually practice using lines on the pitch and kicking posts and scrummaging machines. I think that's a basic. I think that's not a luxury that us as a non-performance squad should get. I think it's a basic, and that's why I'm advocating for those in non-performance to get the basic.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, done.
Ben, you mentioned on the question about transgender athletes that it is a long process and it's a movement, but how are you going to start this for underrepresented groups?
Like I said in my previous answer, it is so specifically within... would you like me to focus on sport as a general? Yeah. Okay, so sport as a general. The main thing here is reaching out to societies not necessarily within sport, and then finding the people within those that are within sport. to see if they are willing to kind of lead initiatives. As myself, there's only so much knowledge I'm going to be able to gain, and I feel like as a sport officer, I would be reaching out to people to try and make a team and a group that could go in and try to overturn this over time. Within Bucks, it is a big thing of there's lots of opportunities to go to Bucks events that aren't sport, they're kind of like the referendums, the meetings, and that is where you can go and ask these bigger questions. And as SU Sport Officer, you are the voice of the students within sport. And it would purely be going to that, taking information which I would have been able to obtain through such groups here at Bath, and trying to voice what Bath wants and what Bath needs, and hoping that other people are willing and feeling the same as us.
Any other questions? Oh, yeah.
At times there can be segregation between all different types of sports, as in like between football, or between rugby, or between hockey, whichever teams they may be. How and in which ways, so specific examples, would you work to encourage these sports to work together outside of Buck settings and training? Because it's not just like to do with turning up to training on a Monday or Friday morning, it's to do with working outside there, and how would you do that?
So can I just clarify, like, what do you mean by segregation? So like
Separation as in between different teams that they are apart and they don't always do things collaboratively together?
Yeah, I think we could look at the social side of things outside of that. I was a social sec for rugby last season. We hosted a joint social with the football women. It was a great success. We got to know them personally, and a lot of us are friends outside of rugby from that now. I think doing something like that is a massive thing. I also think getting other teams as crowds at events, I think, would be a big thing. So, for example, hockey coming and supporting rugby, or rugby going and supporting hockey at events, you know, promoting that more on our social medias, and saying, come down at this time, it'd be great to have other sports there, is going to make there less of that, like, divide between sports, and less of, like, I feel like maybe a bit of amnesty, like, you know. So yeah, I think just looking at the social side of things outside of the actual sport, I think is the way to go about that.
I feel like Abby's nailed it. Like, if you look at Wednesday evenings, if you walk around campus, look into any accommodation block, there's going to be some sort of sports social going on. And at the moment, you're right, there is a big divide and segregation between this space is exclusively being used for this sport and we're taking this one. We could, quite simply, everyone runs off the same timetable, gone 2 o'clock on a Wednesday. What's the difference why me go to Abby? Oh, does your team want to social with mine? Simple. We get cross sports going. If you also think about Bucks away days, this year buses have been cut down, teams have been combined, sports have been combined. I've gone to Swansea 3 times, and I've always stopped in Cardiff on the bus to drop off another team at Cardiff or Cardiff Met. What's the thing in stopping us coming back after that day and socialising with a sport we would have never met before, never spoken to? And it then just creates these friendships and connections that you wouldn't have had. And I think the big thing is, like you said, socials. You brought up without in a sports setting, socials are the way to do this. And I think that's why Bath is so good. If you look at Score on a Wednesday night, you go in, look at all the themes. You can do that across sports. It's very simple changes that will make a huge difference in the sports community at Bath.
One more question at the back.
You've mentioned in your manifesto, Abby, that you'd like to push for kit exchange from a sustainability point of view. I think that's something a lot of people would be interested in engaging with. Could you expand on how this would work?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your question. So that's one thing that I've looked at to have more sustainable kit options. It's piggybacked off Elizabeth Stacey's idea on the Score fancy dress swap, because I think that was a really good idea. Basically, it just means that I'd say like once a month, we have an opportunity for students to donate old kit. Us now having this new season with Surridge means that there's going to be a lot of Under Armour kit that is like probably not as being worn as much or is in the back of a wardrobe. And I think this is going to provide the opportunity for students to get rid of that kit sustainably, so it's not just going to landfill, but also for new students or other students that are starting their sport to have a chance to come and obtain kit that maybe they can't afford. We are in a cost of living crisis. The Surridge kit is expensive to purchase. So maybe having this like kind of like a vintage sale like that we've got in the SU, is the kit is there on display. You come and you have a chance to get that blue and gold kit and you can wear it in pride. I don't think it should be for a fee. I think that students should just be able to come and obtain that kit. And I think if you donate that kit, you should be rewarded in some way by maybe being able to get kit back, or perhaps you get a free drink at Score on a Wednesday. Your club get 5 free tickets to Score on a Wednesday, something like that. And I think that's just going to allow for people to have better access to wearing kit, as well as better for more sustainable. In terms of not just wearing kit, in terms of like equipment kit, so things like rugby balls, etc. I think something along those lines is also a good idea. If a squad has been given brand new equipment and they're no longer using the equipment they used before, present that out and allow that for other squads to maybe access off and use as like within their training session. And then that's going to take away the hardship of the budget, so they don't have to think, oh, we need to go spend that part of our budget on this shiny new kit, when we can get something like that from there, and then that section of the budget that they were going to spend it on can be used for more like better things. For example, a physio, and then they've got a safer way that they can play their sport.
Can I just go on the back of that?
Just briefly.
Like, I'm not going to sit and deny that. It is a great idea, and I think something that could be added on to the end of the process is there is going to be kit left over, and there's actually 2 Bath students that have created an organisation called Shirt Send. So these are 2 boys coming off sport management coaching, so my degree in my year group, and their organisation. So they've started collecting kit from schools and universities in the UK that isn't used, and they're actually sending it over to underprivileged areas. And their first big shipment's just gone out, which including footballs, rugbies, netballs, and like all kit. I think that's something that we could use, either of us as sport officer taking the idea and just thinking about, okay, we may have kit that is left over, and if it is in a good enough way that we could actually repurpose it completely to someone else who is needing it more than us just having it in a cupboard for the next one.
All right. Thank you both. That's all we've got time for questions from the audience. So I'll ask each of you a question before we close now. It's quite an interesting one to see how you take it. If you could change one thing at university and you have unlimited resources and no barriers, what is the one thing you would do? Please, just a brief answer. Abby.
I've said this a lot throughout all of it, and I'd like to reiterate it again. I'd make sport a safe place for everybody. I'd make sure that every team has a physio, a pitchside medic. I'd make sure every team has access to strength and conditioning coaching, and access to a space that they can conduct that exercise. From me, this is massive, and I think this is what's lacking at the university. I've witnessed firsthand being on the side of a pitch and having to perform medical procedures on my teammates myself. I'm not qualified. I have a first aid course because I work in the gym, but I'm there, you know, strapping up players' ankles and shoulders because they have got injured. That's not my job. That shouldn't be my job. I think that's one massive thing that as a sport officer I am bringing into this role, is sport is going to be safe for everybody.
And for myself, I think if it's unlimited resources, I just offer all of the qualifications which it would take to make the people that Abby is suggesting in the performance setting for everyone. We just offer those free of charge, and then they can become paid roles for students here. There's a lot of students that don't have jobs, but Abby is also a great example of someone who has got a job in the sports department here and is doing very successfully at it. I feel like within that we could capitalise upon trying to get these qualifications out for free, and instead of going out looking for people to bring in as physios, coaches, S&C, we actually make them here at Bath and they be our own students, and just keeping it much more Bath centralised.
Okay, thank you both. Now I'd like closing statements from each of you, just brief. Ben, can you start?
I just want to say thank you everyone that is here and everyone that's watching, and thank you for letting me know about the mic early on. And just anything more that you have, I'll be on the parade, I'll be on my Instagram, just let me know ASAP. And just good luck to Abby, good luck to all the other candidates. Obviously it's great that we're actually having someone to run against, because it makes it so much more fun for us this week. Otherwise it'd be just one of us sat here by ourselves. So yeah, just thank you and good luck to all really.
Yeah, thank you from me to those that have attended. Thank you to my campaign team for the help that you provided me throughout this week and the help that you're going to continue to providing me. And yeah, my Instagram handle is Winning with Watkin. Please feel free to drop me a message on that if you have any more questions regarding my manifesto or anything that I've said today. I'll be out on the parade as much as I can be. I am still doing a degree, so I'm going to hopefully try and still do a bit of that. But yeah, thank you for attending, and good luck to you as well, Ben.
So thank you all for coming to see this, and thank you both for giving some fantastic answers. That's fine, we'll leave it.
Which one was that? 5. Which one's 5? That's 5. 6 is...
Yeah, so I was not, the only thing I can do is look intimidating because there's not a single intimidating her with me.
I mean,
I'm the most
why would you want to
approachable
be
and silly
intimidating
person.
though? Surely you want to be approachable though, because otherwise,
Like when I set up like this, I was like, I need to look intimidating. I was like, let me get my coat out.
what are you gonna do if it, like it just gets really hot?
What?
Isn't it gonna get really hot? Like, what are you gonna do? Are you not hot now?
Is he online? I'll phone him. He says he's free. I'll phone him, then I'll add myself and see what happens. Do we think it's going to work?
I think
What do I do? No, but add myself. Yeah. Can you be in the call? Here's what I'm doing. Same. Okay.
I need to be real. Like my video notifications is popping up. No.
Hi, thanks for your patience, everyone. Oh, here we go, feedback. Is that every time? Where's that coming from, Matt? Oh, right. Have you joined, Matt? Myself? Right. So this is new for us. There's the fourth candidate. Peter is in Beijing. So we're trying to get teams set up, and it's sort of worked. We're going to have to see. It's currently not online at the moment as far as we can make out. We're trying. So bear with. I don't know what we want to do. I've invited him to the team, but you should get a notification. Is it worth trying to phone him?
getting behind the new builds. Like the Victoria's Secret Spa. Victoria's Secret.
You said that, I knew exactly what you meant.
Yeah, I know Victoria's. It's like, have you seen the new building?
Like, it used to be an art.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just behind it. There's like the student accommodation. That's what it says.
No. Chris, we're going to do that.
I can see it.
Charles? Sorry? Just filter through. There's 7 or 8. You hear me? Charles, we need to get started now, so.
1, 2, 1, 2.
This weekend.
Are we ready? Right, we're all ready to get started. If everybody will take their seats. Welcome everyone to your questions. It's a shame we couldn't get Peter to join us, but we'll have to go on for time constraint reasons. If we can each have an opening statement from you, Amber, you can start, please.
I thought you were going to go the opposite way. Hi, I'm Amber. I'm a psychologist finalist here at the University of Bath, and I have been involved with the uni and SU ever since I started, and in so many ways. Literally just before this, I checked my LinkedIn. I've had 12 roles there. Wild. But I've been in everything from the academic RET system. I worked with the disability team, outreach team, and I'm currently the chair of Disability Action Group, which I'm just going to plug. And my whole manifesto is student-led and student-focused. And I'm happy for anyone to just grill me on it in this session. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tanisha. I'm final year politics and international relations. Most of you must have seen me contest for the same position last year. Here I am back again, guys. Not a big surprise, I assume. A little about me and my involvement with university. I've been at it since 2019. I've been a casual ambassador, outreach ambassador, an ambassador with my department, like the politics department, and a mental health activist as well. And apart from that, if you talk about elections and my manifesto, it's pretty much revolved around, kind of putting your mental health first and striking a balance between academics and extracurricular activities. And yeah, that's like pretty much it. And I'm always open to suggestions because I'll be working on behalf of you guys. So I want you all to treat me as a very, very approachable person, as a friend who you can talk to about anything and everything.
Thank you. Yeah, hi everyone. Hi, I'm Zisis. I'm running along a very good candidates. Myself, I have a great background in the SU. Nice organization I've been serving proudly for 3 years. In terms of CV, I've been an academic and faculty rep, of course. I've been a member of the Summit. I've been a member of the Changemakers Network by my faculty. I've been leading some staff created groups about education and how to return from the Bath blend to in-person teaching. And I'm generally very, very happy and very involved when I'm around education and educational policy. Currently, I work with the Students' Union and the Voice team. We're lucky to be working at some hot topics of education and academics. I have a good relationship with the university, and yeah, I look forward to, work with you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll get straight into the questioning. So in terms of all candidates, now we've been asking other candidates these questions as well. One of the largest challenges for students currently is the increased cost of living. What do you think the priority of the Students' Union and the university should be to support these students? Tanisha, can you start for me, please?
In terms of cost of living, obviously it's not a hidden fact. Everyone's been affected by it in different and their own personal ways, and everyone has their own coping mechanism, I feel. And I feel as a university, we are really doing a lot to support everyone, like, in terms of hardship fund, in terms of short-term loans, laptop loans, and, be it the meal deals on campus. So I feel that we're really out there, and the most important thing is that we are very open about it, both in terms of providing support and, the people who require support. So I think that, really is a good part of the community, I feel.
Zizis, please.
Yes, I agree. Cost of living has been terrible news for most students, me personally as well. I've been struggling with food and drink at the university. I was hearing the questions to candidates with the presidents. We were discussing about this earlier. I had some very good positions. I think the SU generally should continue the role we have as lobbyists to the university, require cheaper accommodation for first years, cheaper food and drink, cheaper transportation. I think we're in a good line, but we should work on make even better change, and because the cost of living keeps being a burden and a problem. So.
Okay, Amber, please.
Okay, the qualms of going last is I feel like these guys have already done amazing answers. But so yeah, I think you guys were absolutely right about the cost of living and the priorities of making sure that students can access food that's on campus and stuff like the cheap deals on campus. But I think that we should ensure that we can continue to access the university, and seeing that we're running for education officer, or education. So hopefully this could be physically done with help with bus fares, which I feel is something that we could work with really closely with the community officer, whoever is elected. And of course, leading into my own manifesto, making sure that lectures are recorded and properly captioned so that people, if they cannot get up to university for whatever reason, can access them online would be amazing. And of course, like you were saying, continuing to discuss what is currently available at the university, like the hardship fund, so people know that they have somewhere to turn to.
Yes, please be brief. Thank you.
I would also like to add the fact that, we should really put the mental health drop-ins, out there so that people know that they are there, and if they've got any, if they just want to simply talk to someone about the hardships they're facing, the support is available. So I think we should really push that as a SU and as a community.
Can I tie that in? That's the next question. Mental health and feeling part of the student community is a key issue for students. How do you see the role of education officers supporting students? But I'm going to go to Amber to start this one, please. Thanks.
Okay, so totally on the spot. So do you mind repeating it? Sorry.
Yes, of course. Mental health and feeling part of the student community is a key issue for students. How do you see the role of education officers supporting those students?
Okay, so I think that well-being and mental health is an amazingly large part of your education. Obviously, if your mental health isn't at its best, you're not going to be able to access your education as you should. And I think that as education officer, you would be able to work very closely, again, with the other officers, with the SU, with the university, to make sure that people know about what is available to them, and also to make sure that things like disability action plans, for example, are being, actually accessed, actually talked about, so that lecturers know, for example, if a student has, say, depression, they may miss a lecture, etc., so that they know they can target support for them, if that answers the question.
Very good. Zizis, please.
I think the SU education officer should work closely with the community officer, try to get as much work as possible into getting to know about mental health. I think personal tutor scheme for sure should be reevaluated, see how personal tutors can actually be like your family, help you ask about your mental health, support cost of living as an SU education officer, work with the other officers, see what you can do about mental health, see what the student services are doing. I was again in the questions to candidates for the community officer. I think the candidate is very, very keen on working on that. I think working on stuff like IMC, coursework extensions, help and support by lecturers and introducing mental health for the departments to know, like the other candidates said, I think it's a good idea and a prerequisite for good education.
Okay, and Tanisha, thank you.
Coming to mental health, I have a lot to say on this topic because it is one of my main priorities and it's there out in my agenda. And personally, I have struggled with my mental health a lot because I'm an international student and the entire system, the weather, everything was so new for me. And I was all of 18 when I completely shifted over here with my entire life. So as education officers in specific, and if you talk about mental health, I think it's like, as you already mentioned, granting coursework extensions is obviously a top tier thing because if you're not mentally healthy, you cannot yield results, I feel. And apart from that, I feel like obviously support. And I really feel that, you know, peer mentors and personal tutors and directors should be really approachable if you want to talk about a mental health issue or if there's anything that's disturbing you or coming in the way of your academics.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to some role-specific questions now, and if you could keep answers to these brief as you can, that would be fantastic. As education officer, you will be spending a considerable amount of time attending university meetings and committees. How would you ensure that between meetings that you're still visible and available for students? Zizis, can you start this one, please?
Yes. I think one of the biggest concerns that current SG officers have and have communicated with me is the need for constant feedback from students, being there for students, being around students. I get that having all these academic roles, being into all these academic meetings as governor or as an SU member, I realize time is valuable. But what I will do from this year is step on the parade, as I already do as a media member, go around, ask people, ask how they do, go to departments, actually go into FLTQCs or DLTQCs, ask how the students are doing, generally getting more involved despite my meetings, because the reality is that contact with people is what relaxes me. So getting the gist of the community, I believe, is what will be a drive for me. Okay. So that I can eventually go to the academic meetings and make the change.
Keep it brief, please. Amber, please. Thank you.
So I'll try and do it brief as well. So I'm aware, again, like you said, that you have a lot of time in meetings, so your time is very limited. I think that, especially based on things that former education officers have brought forward, it would be a really good idea to ensure there are, like Zizi was saying, like in real life opportunities to meet people. And this can be, you know, for example, drop-ins or maintaining relationships with faculty and academic reps. I think as well, and it's especially something I've gained almost sentiment for with this campaign so far, is maintaining a social media presence so that you do actually seem accessible as well, which seems to be something that keeps coming up.
Tanisha, thank you.
I honestly feel that we are the voice of the students and we work for them and on behalf of them. So taking out time for them should not be a thing. Like, we should automatically like have time, if that makes sense. Like, we are working for and on behalf, and because of them, we will be out there. So, you know, taking out time for them should firstly not be an option, I feel. And secondly, if I have a packed schedule, then obviously time management is the key, and that's what I've learned throughout my 3 years of university, juggling my part-time job, my university work, my ambassador work. That's what I've learned. And I think then, yeah, like, it's not something that you should try to do, it's something that you really have to do, and it's a part of the job, I feel. It's like really not something different to it. Like, you have to do it.
Okay, thank you. Another one. What do you believe is one of the greatest barriers for our academic representation system, and how do you plan to overcome this? Tanisha, can you start, please?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, of course.
Please?
What do you believe is one of the greatest barriers for our academic representative systems, and how do you plan to overcome this?
By academic representation, do you mean like department specific?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
I think the main barrier is like communication, I feel. Again, like talking from personal experience, and I could be completely wrong over here, but the main barrier I feel is communication, because when I was just into university and up till now, I really do not know who my academic rep is, which is a shame. But I feel communication's a main barrier, and academic reps should put themselves out there more often, have drop-ins, because they have a role to fulfill, I'm assuming. So yeah, communication is the main barrier from my end, I feel personally.
Amber, please.
I believe that one of the greatest boundaries I've seen when being both an academic and faculty rep was actually getting action through from the students. And this could be because students were worried about giving feedback because of their anonymity, or they were unsure of who to go to. And I think that decodifying language and ensuring that people know who to go to and know what timescale things like this would be on would be absolutely amazing.
Okay, and Zizas, thank you.
And I agree absolutely with what you say. Not to boast too broad up. Not to promote my 2 years as an academic and 2 years as a faculty rep, but I know exactly the biggest problem is communication between the SU and the university and the academic reps and the faculty reps. So imposing a clear system. I know we're using Microsoft Teams right now. Find something with more direct voting, make more meetings. Let the people know who their academic rep is, maybe at the start in their induction week or later when they get elected. And generally have more website representation, more ways of getting feedback to the reps and from the reps to the faculty reps, and also introducing departmental reps, which has been my dream these 3 years, introducing the main barrier between academic reps and faculty reps, and that is departmental reps, and then eventually go to the Senate, the education officer, and goes on.
Okay, thank you. And over the past few years, it's become increasingly difficult to encourage students to run for academic rep positions. It has also become more difficult to keep reps engaged throughout the course of the year. How would you tackle this issue? Amber, can you start for me, please?
Okay, that is a sticky wicket. I like it. So I think that as well as people not being aware of the whole academic rep system, so it can seem quite mystifying, and adding on top that people can approach the whole role of academic reps just being like, I don't know what I do, how much time I need to dedicate to it, this, that, and the other, can really put students off from applying. And then when you're in the role, if you feel you're not supported enough, or like I said earlier, if you aren't getting lots of feedback from your students because of their concerns, that can obviously demotivate you. But I think that I don't know how to word this properly, but I think that knowing that as an academic rep or as a faculty rep, that you are the voice of your students, and encouraging that, letting people reinforce that would be, just really great and integral.
Okay, Tanisha, please.
I completely agree with what you just said, and I feel that as it is, when you're into university, you've got so much on your plate, there's so many opportunities. So people are not really that much aware that this opportunity is available. They assume that, it's just like the education officer, the directors, the peer mentors, and that's how the hierarchy goes. So they don't really know that, there's kind of a link that an academic rep position is available. So I feel that, just kind of educating people on that and making them aware of the opportunities that are out there is going to be a great start, and it will encourage them. And then obviously, the selling points, that it's good for your CV, you're managing people, that's what gets people going throughout the process, I feel.
Okay, and Zizas?
I think the answer is sense of community. The reason I'm engaging with the SU for these 3 years is the sense of community, the love I get from the SU staff, the interactions I have on a daily basis, the fact that I walk in the plug and I see someone from the SU and we chit-chat for a bit. I think it's making sure that the hundreds of academic reps that we have, because we have a lot of them, are well-trained, well-recognized, they're part of the community, and then create this little group that I believe that in the past it was a strong group. They were wearing their hoodies, walking around representing students. I think this magic can come back, creating the community, rewarding them, from promoting them on LinkedIn to rewards of different kind, which we have been discussing a bit, I remember last year. Yeah, I think these are the two ways to approach this.
Okay, thank you. And one more. Do you think the Students' Union should be pushing for a Universal Reading Week, and why? And what do you think are the biggest challenges in establishing a Universal Reading Week? How would you plan to approach these challenges? Zidis, please.
Okay, Universal Reading Week has actually been in my manifesto, which it's my dream for the Universal Reading Week for the 3 years, and this is because as a student who is engaging in multiple activities on multiple fronts, I get to stay back on my coursework, or I want to go somewhere with my friends, but we have timetabling problems. A Universal Reading Week will allow students to actually do the activities they haven't done, catch up with the actual material, make sure that they're calm, they know that they have this little break, so mental health-wise, it's very good. What is the problem and why it hasn't been implemented yet, even though it has been proposed every year? It has been a problem in the way that the university courses, there are specific departments and faculties that don't really want a reading week due to the amount of materials, but after having great communication with Associate Deans of Education, I believe that it is something I can manage to achieve.
Okay, and
so Universal Reading Week is in my manifesto as well, but I worded it differently because I strive to, kind of get a balance between academics and extracurricular activities. Because, come on, university is not just about studies and academics. It is a major chunk, but then, you have to be involved with the Students' Union, you have to build a profile, a portfolio for yourself, you have to be out there, apply for jobs, run for, SEO officer positions and whatnot. Honestly, there's a lot on our plate as students, and I will obviously push this. And I feel that the university should plan it in a more strategic way, because as it is, we've got strikes going on since a while, and during the strikes, honestly, we are all just lost and confused as to what to do. So if they could, implement the reading week during the strikes, it's gonna save time for everyone and be beneficial for everyone, and everyone's gonna be happy.
Okay, Amber.
No, yeah, so Universal Reading Week seems to be both on everyone's manifestos here, and it has been on the education officers' manifestos for years. So it's really strange that it simply just hasn't been pushed through yet, because it seems to be something that students are repeatedly calling for. And we know that it's being called for because of well-being, so that students who have genuinely available units can have a reliable break and plan their work properly. And for international students and students that live further away, like myself, you can actually plan to travel home and, not have to worry about getting 12 hours of trains in a day. Yeah, so I think some of the issues around it are that at least personally, currently, I don't know how timetabling would tackle it. If I did get the role, I'd really enjoy engaging with them to see how they would tackle that. And alongside this, I have talked to lecturers about the concept of a universal reading week, and there seems to be a bit of variation depending on their workload. So, for example, some of them are like, oh, I don't think I'd really see the difference because my workload's consistent, and others are like, oh no, maybe it won't work. And so trying to work out how it would affect lecturers and intern teaching outside of Universal Reading Week, I think would be a key step in moving forward with getting it actually done and dusted.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll take it to some questions from the audience. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes, please. We have a microphone. We'll pass your way now.
Come exam time, it's almost impossible to get any space to work on campus. What would you do as education officer to tackle the lack of study spaces on campus?
Tanisha, would you take this one?
For that, I think honestly, it should be a first come first serve basis to begin with. I would love to roll out more the thing that where you can book a study space for yourself and have time slots, that it's more organized for starters. And as far as space is concerned, I honestly don't think that there are many space restrictions. Like, we've got the new management building, so a lot of crowd has gone there. There are a lot of people in Edge, and library is also like kind of pretty much empty. So personally, I've never really seen it. But then, if people want more study spaces, I will surely work towards it and, like kind of arrange for more seating.
Aziz?
I think part of the education officer role is to lobby, vote, try and convince the university for more investment in spaces. I think the SU has done a great job in the past years to reassure more and more space has been given. We have the Dartmouth Avenue. More spaces are actually open this January. For example, a lot of spaces were given by the university for extra work. What I want to do, and that's another thing I really want to do, and this is why I'm running, I want to make sure that the study space booking system that we have, there are students who just book it and don't even show up. So impose like a one-off code or a verification code that you can only find in person physically, or find different ways to manage this, because I cannot deal with students booking their rooms and not showing up, because it has been a burden for me as well personally. So that's one thing. And of course, open as many departments as possible during exam week.
Okay, and Amber?
So yeah, I totally agree with the thing about like making sure that people actually attend study spaces, although of course we are going to have to consider when people can't attend those study spaces, and hopefully if there's any penalty system, it takes that into consideration. I think promotion of properties that the university owns already, like Dartmouth Avenue and Virgil Building, would be absolutely amazing. I put on my thing all the booking stuff, which you've already mentioned, and also rethinking of current space. So obviously the library has grown since the 60s, but as we saw with COVID, we can expand or decrease how many seats are actually available. And there's also a use of basically empty space that's just sitting around the university. Currently, I'm really proud of the Disability Action Group because we are currently pushing for a sensory space in the library, which is using one of their empty rooms. And I think stuff like that would just be amazing to continue with.
Just want to add something. I think there's an ongoing panel about expansion and buildings across the university, and being very close with some officers, I had the opportunity to learn about it. I'll be very, very keen as an education officer to actually participate along the SU president in these discussions and push for more study spaces.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions in the audience? If not, let's... yes.
So what do you think would be the first thing you want to do if you get elected?
Amber, would you like to take this one?
I don't know. There's so many things that would just be amazing to just... Yeah, there'd be so many things that are amazing to do, and I think until you have the role, you wouldn't know what you would be able to do in, like, the shortest amount of time, or what you could start, or anything like that. But yeah, as Afa mentioned, making sure that there are a variety of study spaces for people on campus would be absolutely amazing, as a sole kind of thing. But if we're also counting collaboration, stuff like increasing physical accessibility of campus would just be amazing.
Tanisha?
So if I'm elected, the first thing I'm going to do is really push the balance between academics and extracurricular activities, and make sure that people are aware of all the opportunities they have available in the field of education, like academic reps, and how beneficial the role will be for them in the future. I would really like to push that. And the next thing I would do is obviously the Universal Reading Week. We need that, it's a must.
Aziz?
For me, first things that I'll do is actually clear up some stuff that have been annoying me for quite a few years now. Finish up with the IMC's discussion, finish up about how we contribute to the climate action framework, and then elaborate a little bit on personal tutors and the PAL system. And the second thing that I'll do is start the discussions about employability, future-proofing employability, starting collaborating with more organizations outside our outreach and stuff. And of course, sustainability, both in the courses that we're taught, but also in the way we're taught.
Okay, thank you.
Can I please add something to that, if
yes,
possible?
Yes, just briefly, please. Thanks.
So I would obviously address the strikes, because the strikes have been continuous, and they've been there with us since ages. So I would obviously like to address the strikes. And the most important thing that I'll do is just put myself out there more often and like welcome suggestions from people as to how they want to be educated and how they want to carry on with the education and what they want out of the university experience.
Problem is we start in summer, so people are not really around, and unions don't really strike then. But I think we can.
Yeah, but like, you need to take action so that they don't strike later on and everything's in place.
That's okay, should we see if there's any other questions? Yes, hang on. Let me see if there's any more questions in the audience first. That's an N followed by an O, so you can carry on. Go on.
So my question to Zizi was, so you were saying about like changing the IMCs, so there's already a lot of work going on with that in diversity groups. How would you build on that?
I think I would take advice from you, actually. Once elected, I'd be more than happy to sit down with you, and I think you have a lot of knowledge to provide on that. And I realize that there are a lot of students with who are in need of IMCs, and I know I've been in a lot of talks about IMCs, so it would be starting from students and then building up to the university. I have a question for you.
Right, make it brief, because I've got some questions I want to ask you as well.
Okay. So I was going through your manifesto, and I believe that, of course, I believe that I realize that 12% of students have a known disability to the university, and it's true that we should work extensively on them and provide support. But don't you think your manifesto lacks some elements regarding other students and other topics, which like employability or sustainability?
Do you think that employability is the main part of the education officer role?
It is one of the main concerns that an education officer should have.
Okay, but why do you think it should be prioritized over disabled students?
No, I don't say it should be. I just think it's your manifesto is single-sided. I don't see more points about this huge community that's called university.
Okay, so
briefly, please.
Okay, I think that disabled students already have an amazingly hard time accessing education, and accessibility measures in general, that will help disabled students will surely help other students too in so many other ways, including employability. I don't think that you can necessarily just separate them and go, increasing accessibility won't increase employability, because it simply will.
Okay, I want to ask you some quick questions. I want very brief answers, okay? Tanisha, first I want to ask you about the strikes. Do you agree with the strikes? What's your personal view on the strikes? Yes. Very brief, please.
So I feel that the strikes, like everyone has their own motive, like professors are clearly in the right state to strike because, obviously like it's for them, it's for their pensions, it's for their benefit. I do feel that students do struggle as a cause of it, but then I feel that there are like a lot of things that we can do to kind of minimize the effect on us, which is like if I'm elected, like I would not include the strike material in the examination or in the essays, the things that students have missed. So yeah.
Okay, Amber, can you give us something on the strikes, please?
Yeah, I think it's an absolute, it's a very tricky question again, because I think especially as someone who hopefully would be in the SU in the future, you can't really go, this is my stance and stick to it, because it has to be informed by the students. But I can definitely understand from both sides, like you were saying, the lecturers, they are concerned about their pensions, they're concerned about their workload, which then feeds into the quality of your education. And also that student support has dwindled due to threats to education and stuff like being able to apply for master's courses.
Okay, and Zizas, can you give us your piece?
Thank you for raising that. I think strikes have been they're a huge deal, especially for some specific departments, which I'm very aware of, especially the politics. I believe, again, I said I heard in the questions to candidates with the president some very interesting ideas about hosting a better way to get feedback from these 20,000 people, more direct. I realize it's difficult to raise campaigns and ask for direct vote, but I think community should go first. It's for me, it's what the most students want, and trying to get as much of the students' opinion as possible.
Okay, thank you. So I was going to ask your opinion on higher education, but what I'm going to do instead is ask each of you to tell us what department you're in, and then tell us what the biggest problem do you think your department faces. I want you to tell me what department you're in, and then tell me the biggest problems you think your department faces, and how you might tackle these. Amber, can you start, please?
Right, okay. I don't really know where to start. So I am from psychology, and throughout my years here, there has been a lot of things that have been, you know, kind of raised. So, and all of them have kind of made it into my manifesto because they seem to be quite universal across HSS when I was a faculty rep. And then I've also seen people from different faculties, different departments say the same thing, and it always seems to be this kind of feedback isn't good enough. I don't feel like confident choosing my units because I don't have enough information about them. Stuff around reporting and reporting anonymously, bits and bobs like that. If that answers the, is that too many things?
No, that's fine. It's
okay, cool.
your opinion on it. Tanisha, please.
So even I'm from the HNSS department, so I'm pretty sure we've kind of like interlinked and like, you know, we face the same difficulties. And I would completely agree on the fact that we do not get a proper feedback on our essays. Many a times, I mean, obviously there's some exceptions, but many a times I've seen people complaining that they do not get a proper feedback on their essay. Their personal tutors are like not at it, you know, not responding to their emails. Some don't even know who their personal tutors are. So I think I would like really like to address that one, and if I'm elected.
Okay, and Jesus.
I come from the Department of Economics, part of the HSS, Humanities and Social Sciences. Luckily enough, I know exactly what the problems of my department is. There are the student side, there's the university side. My department is understaffed. We need to push for more employment of teachers because we have a problem with times. We have a problem with spaces. The department has been around the 1966. It has since grown and expanded, and now we really need another space. And in terms of students, there have been tremendous problems with assessment and feedback. Getting the feedback from the departments without needing to ask the professors through an email, because again, anonymity is a problem, as well as other problems in the teaching, and that we go from one space to another. We have some courses in the East Building, then we have to run to 6 West or 8 West or 10 West. So these are the main one: assessment and feedback, and then departmental problems.
Okay, thank you very much. Very brief, very brief.
So a lot of people were not aware if their lecturers were on strike or not. So I think I would like really push for clear communication so that people are not just like left stranded outside lecture halls at 8 a.m. with coffee cups in the cold.
Okay, thank you. So we'll wrap up now. So the last question, I want very brief answers on this. It's quite an interesting one. We've asked it all today. If you could change one thing at the university, and you're not limited by resources or any barriers, what is that one thing that you would change? Zizas, can you start, please?
So if I had unlimited resources, number one thing, transform the university into an employability hub for the south of England. Don't call me crazy, but I would integrate startups, getting a lot of more people here, more investors, invest on human capital, the students, and then generally having a very forward-looking and sustainable focused vision. So change education with all the possible resources. And then create amazing, beautiful sunlight spaces as we see in the universities in Switzerland or the Netherlands. So I think
okay, thank you. Tanisha, please.
So obviously that's like a dream come true for anyone, I would feel. And if that happens, then I would obviously like push for more diversity, and like I would open place for more applicants so that the university is home to many more people than it already is. And apart from that, like, you know, kind of push for the politics in HNS's building. Like, I feel left out. I think we guys need one. So that's going to be a top priority. And obviously, like, just, you know, as you already mentioned, having more career fairs and, you know, inviting more startups so that people know what opportunities are available to them outside and after university.
Okay, and Amber, finally.
Thank you. So ultimately, I would want to investigate and hopefully change the current thoughts about accessibility. So currently, the university seems to see accessibility as mainly physical and mainly just going, if people can kind of get here, that's okay. They're not looking for people to be thriving, and this links into all the good stuff, like individual mitigating circumstances and extensions, as well as, of course, physical descriptions of rooms, like does it have motorized doors, etc., which can help all kinds of students. And despite what my opponent says, I think that this means that accessibility measures may benefit all students.
Okay, thank you all for that. So if you can all do your closing statements now. Amber, we'll start with you directly. We'll work back this way.
So it's been amazing to talk with you guys because you've just been so passionate, and I've been really grateful to have this kind of cool, friendly debate. And I don't really know what to say beyond kind of like, if anybody wants to talk to me about my positions, about my manifesto, I would absolutely adore to get in touch with you. And, you know, just look for someone who's kind of dressed like a child going to a birthday party. That will be me. And I really hope that you will vote Access for Amber. Thank you.
I would just like to add that I've been in close proximity with the field of education. I'm a UNICEF ambassador. I work for child rights and child education. I've been an ambassador. I'm an international student, so I kind of completely know what people expect out of their university experience, and I know how to make the most of every opportunity because I've worked with unfortunate kids who do not get access to education. So I think I've got my priorities pretty much clear. Now it's up to you guys, and thanks for everyone's support, and yeah, I'll see you at the elections.
Thank you. My closing statement, I believe that candidates are amazing, with amazing experiences and CVs and integration into the community. If I would have to say the one key thing that maybe differentiates me out of the others is that I have already started working on education transformation both this year and last year. I've been included in talks to consult about transformation that is happening next year and will be happening the year onwards. And I think having the good relationship that I have with the senior leading team of the university, as well as the very friendly SU relationship that I think and I hope I have, I think that a vote on me will not only be just a vote for an education officer, but a good idea for actual education transformation and change.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for coming to listen to these fantastic education officer candidates. Thank you all for coming to talk. Yes, swap back. Cam 6. Oh, Cam 1, okay, right. Thank you. Okay, are we ready to go? Perfect. Okay, so now we will be talking to these fantastic postgraduate officer candidates. So thank you for coming. If we can hear an opening statement from you all, we'll start with you, Yura.
Hello everyone, my name is Yura. I'm your current postgraduate officer and I'm running for the second term. I had a fantastic time representing students and lobbying the university. However, I do feel that there is so much more I can achieve during my second term. A little bit about me, I studied MRes politics in the university, so I feel like I'm a happy medium between PGT and PGR students. So I do understand both PGR and PGT student issues.
Hi everyone, my name is Lydia and I'm currently doing a master's degree in innovation and technology management, and I have lots of experiences working with the student community, from course representative to advocate for student career service, vice president at society, marketing assistant for the enterprise Bath, and student voice project assistant for the student union currently. So I think as a current postgraduate student, I observe what you have seen, I experienced what you have experienced, and that's why I'm bringing the new insights every year into this community. And a few things I would like to work on would be cost of living, improving education experiences, and also building a more supportive and lively postgraduate community.
Am I audible with this one? Yeah, okay. My name is Arundhati and Dhati for all my international lovely friends. I flew down from the exotic land of India all the way to this chilly land to practice a sport that is only and only played in the entire United Kingdom at the University of Bath, which is called bobsled. So far, to me, the University of Bath has been a rewarding experience. As an immigrant here, my experience here has been enriched a lot. Right now, I'm working with like 3 part-time jobs. All of them are associated to the SU. The reason why I want to be part of the SU is not because I want to change it dramatically. It's really a very well-functioning entity in itself. But there are certain things that can be like, smoothen out. And that's the only reason why I want to be part of the SU. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll get into some questions. So following on from what we've been asking candidates all day, I'll start with what's one of the biggest challenges for the students currently is the increase in the cost of living. So what do you think the priority of the Students' Union and the university should be to support students? Lydia, we'll start with you.
Well, yeah, that's a very important question to be resolved in the future. And I think along with the financial loans that student communities are providing right now, we can get some mentorship into the students. For example, when students come here for their first year or just for their postgraduate study, it's very short period of time. And if we can get students who live in Bath already to give some mentorships and like, okay, how's it going for your life? Anything I could help with? Any savings I might be able to give you in terms of some tips? That's the very easy to implement thing to do, but also could bring high value of return. And the other thing is around when there's cost of living issue, the mentor support we can give to students, that's a thing we could improve as well.
Okay, Tati?
So I've mentioned 5 things in my manifesto, which I feel can have a direct impact on the cost of living. First being banking system rewards. For example, HSBC as a bank gives 3% of rate of interest to people and students specifically for shifting all their money from the current account to the savings account. You don't have to do anything else. Lloyds and Deloitte will give you they won't charge you extra money for giving an overdraft transfer of up to £15,000. So these are the little schemes that people need to be made aware of. And that's how they can save up the money. The second thing that I feel is that there has to be a certain reserved quota for part-time jobs that are being allocated by the SU on campus, so that people who come in on an alien land in the first 3 months are not just like looking everywhere for jobs, and they know exactly where to hustle at. The third thing I feel, which is according to the STC, it's a scheme which is being provided by the First Bus, where if your university is listed in a certain list, you can get a free pass throughout the day. There are many schemes, but these are the few ones that I would want to allocate.
Okay, thank you. Yura?
I think all of these are great ideas, but I think what's more important for university is not these measures that are taken within the university, but for the university to lobby the government to make changes nationally. With student loans, they raised 2.8% this year when the inflation is at 10%. I don't think that's acceptable. I think the university should push the government to change that. And with PGT student loans, they basically only cover tuition fees. There is no maintenance loan. In addition, I think universities should always seek student feedback when making decisions about accommodation and tuition costs. I don't think any of those decisions should be made without a student present.
Okay, thank you. So mental health and feeling part of the student community is a really key issue for students. How do you feel that the role of postgraduate officers will be supporting students in that area? Yura, if you can start.
So I think a postgraduate officer has a different role because during summer, both PGT and PGR students are still here while undergraduate students are away. I think summer is the most stressful time for PGT students and PGR students. It's important to keep the social life during summer alive. I've organized events during summer, such as dog petting afternoon, and I got great feedback from students that really events like that really helped them during a stressful time. In addition, when it comes to doctoral students, working closely with doctoral college to do research, what do doctoral students actually need when it comes to mental health? Because they keep saying that they need different things than undergraduate students, and we need to keep researching what do they need.
Yeah, so in terms of mental health, I think one of the key issues is that when students are facing problems, they don't know who to turn to. And even if we tell them, oh, you have personal tutors you can go for, they might not know, okay, so how much and to what extent can they help me? These are the things that we need to get clarified to students, maybe documented in a certain way, or like telling students, if you have a certain thing you want to discuss, in the category A, you can go for these people. In the category B, you can go for GP. In the category C, we might find you some buddy group that can support you. So these are the things that we could prioritize on.
As an athlete, there was this one particular period of time of my competition where I used to be extremely anxious, and I was discovered to something called Hatha Yoga, wherein the entire purpose is to go through your anxiety and increase your mental awareness and, you know, some sort of like strengthening of your mental health. So I feel like Hatha Yoga is something that should be introduced to all the students without any charge. And also during the Christmas break, right after like we had submitted all our assignments, I felt very isolated because a lot of students had gone back. That's when I communicated to my personal tutor, and she was very helpful to me. So getting in touch with the personal tutor, even when the vacations are going on, or you're feeling too alone, that's what I feel can be done to increase.
Okay, thank you. So on to some more role-specific questions now. So as a postgraduate officer, part of your role's responsibility is to sit in meetings discussing issues relating to both postgraduate taught students as well as doctoral students. If you were elected, how do you plan to work with both types of students to ensure that you're aware of the issues they're facing and be able to accurately represent all opinions within a meeting setting? Lydia, if you can start this.
Yeah, and just to clarify the question, you're saying how to make sure things are resolved in the meeting with postgraduate taught students and doctoral, is that right?
Yes, and how to manage them.
Right, okay, so I think it's great that if in the meeting with them we get lots of opinions from people, and that's the first thing that when we are serving our students, when we are serving the end customers. And the second thing is to prioritize on which are the things that could bring more value to them, that brings high value of return and are easier to implement. So that sometimes when students give feedback to us, it might be something they observe or experience, but there are problems and questions underneath the surface that we need to explore. So after doing this prioritization and exploration, that's a time when we can start to plan in more detail and see, okay, does that suit what our students want, and then get the implementation thing going on.
Tati, please.
I feel whenever a matter is being discussed between two parties, the first thing that needs to be prioritized is that both the ideas are respected equally, and there's no sort of standardization of which one is superior or inferior. Once that is established, then we can talk about a middle ground. What is it that both of us want to reach at? So given the fact that students have a very different vulnerability and teachers have a very different experience, both need to reach at the middle ground, and that would be my attempt to understand what each party wants to represent. So this is how I would approach.
Okay, and you're? Yeah.
Could you please repeat the question?
I will, okay. So it's relating to sitting down and discussing issues related to both postgraduate taught students as well as doctoral students. If you were elected, how do you plan to work with both types of students to ensure that you're aware of the issues they're facing and be able to accurately represent their opinions within a meeting setting?
So having done this for 6 months now, it's actually a pretty difficult task. But I think with PGT students, we have a much larger PGT council. We get more people coming there and bringing the issues to my attention. However, with doctoral students, we also have doctoral lunch, and we hear from students there what is happening. I think it's a different task to find that medium, but of course, we represent both doctoral and PGT students, and I do find a way to represent both students' issues.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on now to another one. As postgraduate officer, you will be representing doctoral students who may be teaching and would therefore be strongly in favour of strike action. Given that the results from the recent SU referendum concluded with us taking a stance against the strikes, how would you work with students favouring strike action to ensure that they still feel supported by their students' union? Tati, if you could start.
So I remember when I was applying for a student loan here for a college application, and I emailed the institute for a breakdown of the costs and the tuition fees. And as a reply, it was clearly written that there's no breakdown of the tuition fees. The reason why strikes are happening is because people feel there's an intransparency in the system, and that is why I feel there needs to be more transparency. Once that is established, people wouldn't feel the need to strike. If somebody is striking, they're standing for something that they feel is wrong in the system, and that I would personally go and try to approach this management and the financial system to find out the solution to this.
Okay, thank you. Lydia?
Could you please repeat the question?
I will indeed, that's fine. So our postgraduate officers work closely with the university, no, that's the wrong one. So as postgraduate officers, you'll be representing doctoral students who may be teaching, and so would therefore might strongly be in favour of strike action. Given that the results from the recent SU referendum concluded with the SU taking a stance against the strikes, how would you work with those students who might favour strikes, and how would you ensure that they still feel supported by the students' union?
Yeah, that's a really great question relating to how we are supporting the doctoral students. So again, when students are expressing that, for example, I want to go on strike, instead of telling them, no, that's not acceptable, maybe it's good to ask why you want a strike and what are you expecting to get from the strike? What kind of results are you expecting from? And that's very important in the communication with them to see if we can find the common ground before you go on to strike. So maybe it's a very small problem, it's a very small miscommunication sometimes that lead to them being dissatisfied about something. So if we can address that and get more understanding in between, then maybe the strikes could happen to a lower frequency and students can get more support from it.
Okay, Yura, please.
So actually, the results of the referendum did not change how I give support to students at all, because I still listen to what they're going through. I still bring the issues that the striking students bring to me, to the senior management, to doctoral council. And even though I am not, because of the referendum result, I'm not standing at the picket lines, I do support them the same way.
Okay, all right, thank you. So another question now. Our postgraduate officer works very closely with the University Doctoral College. How would you work with staff and students from across the Doctoral College to ensure that both the Doctoral College and the Students' Union are working together on key issues affecting current students? Yura, can you start for me, please?
Can you actually repeat the question just one
Right,
more
okay.
time?
So our postgraduate officers work very closely with the University Doctoral College. How would you work with staff and students from across the Doctoral College to ensure that both the Doctoral College and the Students' Union are working together on key issues affecting current students?
I actually built a very strong relationship with the Doctoral College this year. We have very regular meetings with the senior management of the Doctoral College, and we work on our objectives together. So we had a doctoral top 10 in our doctoral point in our top 10 this year, and we keep closely working with the Doctoral College. We're also trying to bring our event, which is Doctoral Lunch, a very popular event for doctoral students, to the Doctoral College. And yeah, I think that point of achieving a close relationship with Doctoral College, I did it.
Okay, can we go to Dati, actually? Yeah.
So I feel there are three things that I would want to inculcate. First thing, when you choose PhD, the first horror comes with it is that of the isolation, because you're going through it all along, from the starting to the end. I would want more socialization for PhD students, more events to happening, for them to come, giving them opportunities to come and visit the campus more. Second, most of the PhD students, okay, not most, but a lot of them, a good number, is self-funding themselves. So the university needs to expand their scholarships for research students. And the third thing that I would do is similar to what the doctoral lunch event has been happening as an event. I would want to inculcate more such events, fun events for them. Because at the end of the day, they're human beings and they need to have a balance of both, like work life. So that's it from my side.
Lydia?
Yeah, and I think from the doctoral students' point of view, sometimes if they're doing research as their majority kinds of work, some of them choose to go to Cardiff or move to Bristol because cost of living there is cheaper. And that's the place when loneliness can start because they're not so much socializing or can get connected with the campus. So if we can develop more like online supporting group, either with doctoral students or with like postgraduate students or undergrad students, they might be like, oh, I would like to talk to my fellow students, but if I'm just myself in Cardiff or Bristol, I don't have that opportunity. And that's one of the ways we could support them. And also, just add on to Yura, senior management can maybe have some statistics about what are the top 10 issues, but at the same time, we need to listen to more of the doctoral students' point of view.
Okay, thank you. And then, yes, briefly.
Just to correct, the top 10 is the issues that the SU created from student feedback, rather than senior management looking at data and creating the top 10 issues.
Okay, yeah. Just one more, very brief, please.
Yeah, it's great that the top 10 issues are like summarized up, but at the same time, as time move on, it needs to get updated, and I think that's why we need to get more students to get involved.
Okay, we'll move on to the next question. Given that the majority of our postgraduate taught students are only here for 1 year, how would you plan to involve them in conversations to ensure that their opinions are heard and positive changes made to ensure that all postgraduate taught students are getting value for their degree? Yura, could you start, please?
I think it's difficult because a lot of policy changes in university happen pretty slow. And talking with postgraduate taught students, they do understand that the issues they bring up to me, they might not affect them, but they might affect the future cohorts. And they're happy that the future cohorts might have it better than them. But of course, being for students, that reps do bring up issues to me that I can fix more quickly, and I do listen to their opinions in PGT Council and other events, and bring up to the senior management and academic staff and things like that.
Okay, Lydia, please.
I think as ways to get for them to feel that they get value from this degree is that to understand what they're trying to get out of this degree. Some of them are just coming here for 1 year of education and go on to their career. Then to what extent can we support them getting onto their degree career more smoothly and successfully? Or some of the students are considering to go on research, then do we have enough counseling service or counseling to get on to even higher education with some people to give them guidance, either it's current doctoral students or professors to a certain degree. So these kind of support, I think, would be valuable to the postgraduate students.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Dathi.
So I have a few things in my mind. Okay. A lot of international students come to the United Kingdom with the mindset of settling for jobs which have a higher pay range. So the first thing that needs to be settled down as soon as students come here is the application of skilled work visa. We are very confused about it, and so if we get more sessions about it, there's going to be clarity and we'll be more relaxed. The second thing I would do is, a lot of skill development classes such as CV building takes place on Wednesday, which would be clashing with our regular timetables. Those needed to be shifted to the weekends. The third thing is the one-to-one sessions that you have with your personal tutors. They're like time bounded to say 7 minutes to 20 minutes, and you can't sum up your entire career expectations in those few minutes. So those needs to be expanded. This is in terms of education, but in terms of fun, I feel you come to an international university to have fun, so I would like to inculcate more cultural events which would represent different kind of music from all around the world, and like art forms and like dance cultures, like that's.
Okay.
And designated trips to nearby places.
Right, okay, thank you. So that's finished those questions. I wonder if we have any questions from the audience now. Naoye. Yes, this dashing gentleman again in the back.
Postgrads, our data shows that postgrad students are the ones that take the least part in extracurricular activities. If you were to become the next postgrad officer, how would you address this?
Who wants to go first? Yeah, okay, Lydia. Oh, okay, yeah.
So I think because I'm the current officer, I'm going to talk about what we are already trying to achieve. So me and Victor are working on a research project, a research paper of making a PGD committee member across all the departmental societies. I think if we had a person who's responsible for all the PG events within the society that would make PG students feel more welcomed and they would like to join more because that person would understand them more.
I think this question is very interesting because particularly for postgraduate students, they're very busy with their life and their study. And sometimes, for me personally, for example, when I want to do a sport, it might be like there's a tennis society out there, but I'm completely beginner. How can I get involved? And maybe I just choose to not attend that society. And what if we can create buddies groups for different activities? Either it's around sport or just around hanging around in town, go shopping. You can find someone who wants to go on this activity at ease. Then these extracurricular activities engagement will go on so much higher, and we can get a way to get the data from the students. Oh, how was the feedback? How's the buddy group? And that's a way I would like to work on, and I think would be very helpful for current cohorts and the future cohorts.
So I've got 3 part-times, and I got all of them by just scrolling on SU's page. So SU as an entity is not doing something, it's not lagging behind, but I just feel that people are not aware of the events that are going on. So I would, if I'm not aware of it right now, but if possible, SU should be able to make its own app where people know, okay, this is the kind of event that's happening today, so then people can go. Second, I feel the access to plug and tap has to be increased in terms of the kind of party culture that's going on. It has to be inclusive of more cultures, of students coming from various backgrounds. And the third thing that I feel is the SU events that take place are usually focusing more on the undergrads than the postgraduates. So that's a transition that needs to take place, and then will be sorted. This is what I feel in terms of engagement with the PGs.
Yes, just briefly, please.
Just to add to Lydia's buddying idea, we already have a PGT buddying project that brings people together to do social activities. We just finished a pilot in one of the departments, and it's gonna spread across 10 different departments, and we'll see how successful that is.
Okay. And is there any more questions at all? No. All right, so I'm going to ask one now, quite relevant to what you were just talking about there, Dati. I'd like to know, how would you ensure that as a students' union, we are more relevant to postgraduate students? Lydia, can you start?
And just to clarify a question, you're saying how can we get more closer relationship with them?
Or how can we be more relevant to postgraduate students?
Right, yeah. So postgraduate students spread across different departments, and we need to understand what they want in the first place, and maybe get some questionnaire at the beginning of the term when they're settling down in Bath, asking, oh, how's it going? What you're expecting from over the next term? And maybe with each term, what they want changes, because the postgraduate year is very short, and maybe in September, what they want is different to what they want in March next year. So having that understanding in the first place, and then we can plan on different projects and see, okay, maybe this project will be really short, just for a sprint for their December Christmas holiday. Maybe that's a very short project for our Easter break, get people going on, do some activities. So getting these understanding on time would be very important.
Okay. Who else? Yeah, okay, you.
So first step would be when working on our strategy, which we are currently doing to make sure that postgraduates are included in every agenda. Secondly, I think the issue in postgraduate students not getting involved in the SU is because they're not so sure that it's for postgraduates, or they're not even sure what SU is. So during my time in office, I go talk to PGT and PGR students in different What is SU talks, and I reiterate, SU is also for you. Also, when it comes to sports and societies, I found that organizing PG-only events are important. For example, with the sports officer, we talked about organizing BAF active sports activities only for PG students to make sure they are included in sports.
Okay.
So like we have Safe Zone as an application where you know like every day you need to like come in and log in, and this is where you can access a lot of things. I would like to repeat a point that I've already said earlier, which is making a sort of app where, because most of the events that happen in SU are listed on that particular day. So you're not informed of them in advance. So this is something that I feel needs to be done on a regular basis. Secondly, to be honest, I feel there's not enough representation of SU in particularly School of Management, where a lot of postgraduates have come. So representation, physical witnessing of people needs to be a little more, the engagement has to increase. And third thing would be timetables need to be made to be like more flexible, and things need to be scheduled according to the PG students' timetable. This is how I feel that they can be involved.
Yes, if you, briefly, please.
Yeah, and just to add on a little bit, for example, today I was attending the live interview at Radio Bath, and this is such a fun place to get involved, but as a postgraduate student, I've never heard about this before. So there are so many things that are interesting happening around student union. We need to get students know in the first place and maybe have some trial session as well. Then as they get the interest in, like me, then things will flourish and everything will go so much easier.
So I'm glad you like URB. Yes, Yura?
I think we're already doing trial sessions for sports and societies during the Freshers Week, but maybe because Lydia didn't know about that, maybe we need to work on our communication to postgraduate students.
Yes, again, briefly, please.
Yeah, I think as Jura mentioned, I didn't know, and that's why maybe there's some miscommunication over the past year, and that's why I would like to bring in the value to filling that gap and make people aware of that.
Okay, I'll ask another question. Can we have some brief answers? This is quite an interesting one. How would you work with the rest of the officer team to make sure that they're also aware of the issues relating to doctoral and postgraduate taught students? Because, of course, having a postgraduate officer role, the other officers may not think that they need to consider postgraduates because they're not in their remit as such, but that's not the case. How will you ensure that you all work together on this? Lydia?
Yeah, I think one of the things is we need to get aligned with each project. So with either community officer or activities officer, for each activity, for each project we're running, we're targeting different groups of students. Sometimes it might be undergraduate, sometimes it might be doctoral, postgraduate taught students. So having these things planned ahead so that we could either do the marketing accordingly or collaborate with certain departments accordingly is very important. And in that way, we can cover wider student groups as well as the postgraduate student community.
Okay, Yura?
Very short answer as you asked. You need to be a little bit annoying. When meetings with the other officer team, you need to every single issue to ask what about PGT students, what about PGR students, and bring those students to every single agenda like I mentioned before. So yeah.
Okay, that's it.
So I live in an accommodation which has 8 people altogether, and all of us come from different nationalities. So as I enter my 5th month, what I've understood is that for anything to do, first you need to be an accomplished listener. You need to understand what the other person is trying to convey. Once that understanding has been set, then you can start to think together and approach things. And I feel like when you're working with your team, you should lead from the back and never from the front. You should always give the confidence to the other person that they're good enough to think for others at the apex level. So that's my personal approach, like giving the confidence to others and being an accomplished listener. So this is.
Okay, thank you. And so I'll ask one final question to you all now. that we've been asking the other candidates all day. If you could change one thing at the university and you're not limited by resources or any barriers, what is the one thing that you would do? A very brief answer, please. We'll start with you, Dati.
Mine is not a very serious answer. I feel like I would establish designated trips to all the nearby cities in United Kingdoms, because when you come to an alien land, the more you interact with people of different culture and the more you interact with other human people, like other people, you understand human behavior much better. And we can, of course, like go on to say that I just personally feel that the more you meet people, the more you learn, and that's one thing I would want to do. And also like letting people read lots of books. I would want not just like prescribed coursework books, but also inculcating the other fictional, non-fictional books like that in the library.
Okay, thank you. Yura? Briefly, very brief.
Just that we are already doing trips, both PG trips and just student trips to nearby UK cities, and yeah.
But it's been practiced on a very unfair manner. For example, what I mean to say is there are certain courses like mine which haven't been allocated a trip, whereas 2 other courses have been allocated 2 trips so far. So
I think that's a School of Management trips rather than SU trips where any students from any department can sign up.
That's exactly my point. Like, SU needs to be involved, and if they can advise, then each department should have more trips. This is what I'm saying.
But if like School of Management is doing trips, it's not SU doing trips.
I do not have further knowledge to counter the answer, so I would like to
Okay,
withdraw.
all right. Yura, can you just answer the question I posed?
I think people might know my answer. If I could change one thing about university without anyone saying no, it would be allowing dogs on campus and allowing dogs to student accommodation. I think that would fix a lot of issues.
Right, okay. And Lydia, finally.
And just to comment to Rudra's wish, that would fix a lot of issue, but at the same time bring a lot of the issues. And but it's interesting to hear. And for me, I think the change I want is to get many of the information flow in a more systematic way. So from the student side, they know what resources are available at the university. And especially as a postgraduate officer, I wish things will get clearer, sorted. So for example, we have a chat box that when students don't know who to ask for, they ask the chat box, and many information are documented here so that the manual work get reduced and things get communicated at ease.
Okay, thank you very much for those. I'll invite you all to do a closing statement now. Dati, if you could start with yours, please.
All I can say is that I'm the most ordinary student, and I have the most average experience. I fear missing out on my buses every day. I fear if I'll get the jobs or not. And I fear what's the grade that my assessment is going to get. I understand the hesitation, vulnerability, and the anxiousness with which a student comes to this university. And I want to help somebody, like, get over their fears and get the best version of themselves. Also, if I were back in India, I wouldn't have had the courage to be part of an election because there's a certain image that I would have of myself in my mind, but I don't have it here, and that's the kind of freedom I'm enjoying. And the same I would want everybody else to experience. So I would want to inculcate confidence into other people. So that's it.
Okay, Yura, please.
There is no much to add. Just thank you for the questions and thank you for the other candidates for a healthy debate. Like Zizas mentioned in his education officer, I think it's important when the candidate already has strong relationship with the senior management, with the university and the SU staff to continue doing the great work that they do.
Lydia, to close us off.
I would like to thank you, everybody who support this SU election all the time, all the hard work, and thank you the candidates for the healthy debate. And at the same time, I think as a postgraduate officer, I've witnessed the the experience from undergraduate to postgraduate, and we are now all mature students. So uniting the postgraduate for a better tomorrow and bringing more beauty of education into this Uni of Bath system would be something I really want to do, and I wish to get a vote from you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. So thank you for coming to watch this, and thank you all for coming to talk. So it's the last one of the day. Polls open tomorrow at 9 o'clock, Tuesday the 28th, just around 15 hours or so. So you better be there, better be voting. Make sure to look at everybody's manifestos and see who you like best to be your next officer team. Thank you all for watching.